Paul, can you confirm what is the issue we are facing? Paul, Vidya? Yeah, now ready? So, shall we go live now? Somebody, you directly start the introduction of the inaugural session and the speakers, and then the speakers will.
Sure.
Yeah. So, Vidya, we are skipping the filler part, okay?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 15th Annual Information Security Summit 2020, brought to you by NASSCOM-DSCI. The event technology partner is Infosys Meridian, and we hope that all of our delegates are healthy and keeping safe during these difficult times of COVID. And I'd also like to tell you that this is the first ever virtual edition of AISS, where we are bringing diverse themes, sub-themes, topics and subtopics, multiple tracks, varied session formats, and a plethora of activities and experiences that will make up for a rich 3-day engagement and learning for all of our delegates. To begin with, we are going to start with our inaugural session. We already have with us our esteemed guests who have joined us on this platform. Let me introduce you very quickly to, first of all, Ms. Rama Vedashri. She is the CEO of DSCI. And we also have with us Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman of DSCI, also Chairman and co-founder NIIT Group and founder NIIT University. And as a very special guest on our inaugural session for AISS 2020, we have with us Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. And in his current capacity, he is leading the policy formulation and implementation of various schemes under the Digital India, e-governance, electronics manufacturing, data protection, and cybersecurity domains in the country. So welcome to all of our esteemed dignitaries here. And without any further ado, I am going to first of all request Ms. Rama Vedashree to kindly address our delegates.
Thank you, Samruddhi. Good afternoon to all of you. I understand there are more than 1,200 delegates who have logged in online for this session. First of all, I would like to thank the Infosys Meridian team who have enabled this virtual platform for us to be able to move our 15th edition of Annual Information Security Summit onto a virtual platform. And I welcome all of you all, particularly Dr. Rajendra Kumar and Mr. Rajendra Pawar, and all the delegates and speakers who are joining us at AISS, not only from Team DSCI, but also teams of 3 institutions which have been established by DSCI now. The team from the Hyderabad the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, the team from CCITR in Bangalore, and of course this team from the National Center of Excellence, all of us from the larger DSCI family. Extend a warm welcome to each one of you. Just to give a quick snapshot of AISS, all of you all have the speakers, industry leaders, practitioners, privacy communities, government, user organizations have supported us over the last 15 years. So when we were planning post-COVID and the lockdown for AISS, our team, the DSCI team plus the core AISS team led by my colleague Vinayak Godse, we said we are not going to scale it down. We are only going to scale it up given the power of the technology, the way we can bring speakers and delegates from all over. So we've actually scaled up AISS even further. We are hosting more than 235 speakers who are all senior leaders from the industry from across various geographies and in India, and several privacy and security experts. I'm given to understand as of today morning, there are 3,200 delegates who have registered, and of course, they'll be joining various sessions. And we have more than 45 plus parallel sessions and several keynotes. A conference of this scale with the diversity of teams that my team puts together is not possible without extensive support from subject matter experts and security and privacy leaders from across industry verticals, and of course also from government. And what is it that you can expect in the next 3 days? Starting today, we start in the morning at 11. But actually, we also, as usual, we have a day 0 of AISS. Yesterday, which was like a day 0, we had a very large security education research innovation conference where we had professors from more than 12 premier academic institutions and industry researchers and from public sector research labs, DRDO and others who have also participated. And we hosted yesterday also a Connect for Security, where we connect security startups with CISOs and CIOs from user organizations and from the technology industry, so that we start promoting the security startup ecosystem. We also partnered with Future Skills and Nalcon yesterday in a very unique format. It happened till about 9:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. We had a resume and a career clinic where experts from the security industry and the technology industry guided young professionals, young students on how to build a resume and what can they expect by taking up a career in security. So it's not just today. And over the next few days, next 2 days and today, apart from several plenary sessions, fireside chats, we are also hosting a forensics sub-summit, as we call it, and a forensics Pathshala, which is like a deep dive in the area of forensics, which our team from CCITR is hosting. And as usual, every year, we do several sectoral meets. Today, early morning, we had a sectoral meet of CISOs from oil and gas and utilities. And we are also hosting on the last day DSCI Excellence Awards, where several cybersecurity warriors or leaders are going to be recognized. And tomorrow evening, there is a very interesting format where we have about 7 startups who are going to pitch live to be recognized as the most innovative product of the year. This is what you can expect in AISS. The support from industry partners to be able to host this, there's a whole diversity of industry members who have come on board as sponsors and partners for various programs. They're doing a lot of deep dive workshops. Several of the themes and the rich content we do, it's not just the core team of DSCI. The subject matter expertise of cybersecurity comes from our industry members, and we've been able to host. This year particularly, what is extremely satisfying for us is that several vertical user associations, particularly from the small and medium business, healthcare, they've all partnered with us, and several of their technology teams and IT teams are actually joining us as delegates in this conference, and also some of them as speakers. And the variety of speakers, this is just a sample of speakers. We have very young professionals, including in security and privacy, to extremely senior leaders and dignitaries from government and large user enterprises coming to us, whom we are hosting today and the next 2 days. Some of the initiatives, I'll just do a quick roundup. I talked about the DSCI Innovation Box. This is what you can expect. I think Innovation Box is happening tomorrow, and awards, of course, will conclude. The winners have already been selected by 3 esteemed juries for law enforcement, products, and corporate. They'll be, I urge all of you all to join us so that we can understand who the winners are and celebrate some of the cyber frontline warriors that we have in the country. As we move forward, the most gratifying thing for Team DSCI as we went into a stringent lockdown in the month of March is the way we were able to engage with our industry members and CISOs to be able to look at what are the emerging cybersecurity challenges during the post-pandemic timeframe and the kind of ransomware attacks. And several advisories have been built. While there is a core technical team from DSCI, it's actually a lot of subject matter expertise from the CISOs and the security technology industry and our startups and services companies, which actually contribute to us. And we believe we have actually stepped up our technical advisory publishings that we did, particularly between March to June timeframe, where most of the practitioners in security were dealing with a lot of challenges to be able to move work at an unprecedented scale for work from home and deal with how do you deal with critical infrastructure, data centers, servicing global customers all over the world, servicing essential services in India. So several of these advisories we have reason to believe was of tremendous use to the security practitioners. Similarly, we moved in terms of the virtual engagements. While we would always love to have a lot of on-ground events, we were able to do a lot of webinars, a lot of membership advisory sessions, particularly with user organizations, because all of them had a lot of severe challenges that they were facing. So unless there was support from the security industry plus user organizations and CISO community and privacy communities that we engage with, this kind of engagement when the entire team was working from home and there were several personal, family, stress situations that the team was facing, I would express my deep gratitude and thanks to the entire professional communities from security and privacy who stood behind my team to be able to deliver these kind of sessions and be able to participate in that. Some of the regular work that we do, we had received a lot of feedback from our industry members and CISOs. While the very large enterprises are able to invest in threat intelligence, are able to adopt security technology solutions and research from the best of the breed in the world, there is a need for DSCI as an organization coming up with regular threat intelligence and advisories. We had invested in this threat intelligence platform last year. It's beginning to scale up well, and compared to the regular technical advisories, there's a lot of advisories that the threat intelligence team, led by our technical team, which is publishing. What is interesting now is as the platform is maturing, we are seeing both user organizations and security providers collaborating with us to be able to enrich our feeds and come up with regular. That's why we are able to publish a lot more threat advisories, threat intelligence advisories at frequent intervals. So we are trying to scale up, and we continue to seek industry support to be able to scale up some of the advisories that we are publishing. And what is core to DSCI has always been research reports. Again, there are several themes. Particularly, I would like to call out one theme on digital payment frauds, because that's one menace that is really troubling whole of India, whether it is the financial services industry, whether it's government or citizens and common man. So that's a research report that we published, and on several themes. There's one more that I would like to particularly call out is on cross-border transfers, where we partnered with a think tank in Washington, D.C., came up with this framework. We presented this to METI and also to the Joint Parliamentary Committee, so that as our bill gets enacted, there is a framework where the two of the largest business partners, whether it's US and India, can have a framework for accountable data transfers. Also a services research report. Apart from this, there is a lot of policy advocacy due. Both NASSCOM and DSCI has had an opportunity and a privilege to be able to give our evidence to the Joint Parliamentary Committee and also make a submission to the non-personal data committee led by Chris Gopal Krishnan. And we will continue to do that advocacy. And of course, on the cybersecurity strategy, Honorable Prime Minister already announced it. We are continuing to engage with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's office team to give our inputs. We have reason to believe whenever this cybersecurity strategy comes up, it would really give an opportunity for both not only user organizations, but the services and the products. And we are keenly awaiting that, and we'll continue to engage with the industry. You're aware of this platform called Tech Saga. This is again a very important strategic initiative that DSCI has taken up, because I think we never had a single cybersecurity technology repository where we can discover what is the competencies in India across academia, research, and startups and industry. So we have done, this platform was already live, but we are continuing to onboard new entities in academia and in industry to be able to come on board, and there's a regular publishing of reports that we are doing. So all I'm trying to update you all in inaugural is, over the year, what is it that we are doing to be able to engage with various constituents of the industry, user enterprises and government and states. Cyber Siksha and the Digital Payments Abhiyan are two projects that are continuing, where we looked at digital payment awareness and women in security, where women from tier 2, tier 3 cities are being trained and being placed in the best of breed companies, so that we improve the women workforce. We are partnered with Microsoft here. And for the Digital Payments Abhiyan, which is primarily for user awareness in Indian languages, we had partnered with Google and also the METI program. Since there's a huge privacy community which has already engaged with us, we've had these two flagship certifications. There's one TA update I would like to give. There were some constraints during the lockdown, whereas professionals want to get themselves trained and learn. We have moved these two certifications to a completely online mode to be able to service our privacy professional community, so that they can take their certifications and advance their careers. So it's in a completely online mode. You don't really have to go to the centers or to a classroom to be able to do that. These are some of the updates, but a very big update that I would give, and I would like to thank Ministry of IT for placing their trust in DSCI to be able to conceptualize and envision a country-level national cybersecurity challenge, which has been in the works for the last 1 year. And just last week, with the support of a very esteemed jury led by Dr. Gulshan Rai, the final idea stage was already through. In the MVP stage, 6 startups plus another 1 startup which got a jury recognition has been recognized. And we are hoping in the next 3 to 4 months, this will drive the innovation wave for deep tech security startups to come up with products and solutions which are wonderful. So broadly, we've been able to look at the day-to-day advocacy work, technology, technical advisories and threat intelligence advisories, but we are also looking at longer-term strategic initiatives which will spur technology development and innovation. And my senior colleague, Mr. Pawar, will talk a little more of some of the strategic programs and centers that we have established. So thank you for joining us. Do attend most of the sessions, and also do join us at Innovation Box and the Awards Excellence. Over to you, Samruddhi.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Vedashree, for talking to all of us here. And it is time for me to now invite Mr. Rajendra Pawar, the Chairman of DSCI, to say a few words to talk to all of our delegates who've joined us on our today's webinar. You are now.
Good afternoon, friends, and a very hearty welcome to all of you to the AISS 2020. I feel really proud to say that Rama and her team have done an exceptional job, and she had to run through very fast to tell you what all she's doing. And she's covered a lot of it, but not all of it. I think they've done a phenomenal job, and all of you got a quick exposure to that. So I will only add a few highlights. First and foremost, I think we took a conscious decision when we started DSCI, and then after the cybersecurity task force was put together, that a clear indication of how well the sector is doing would be to see the range and scale of activities which all culminate then in the creation of the industry as well. So from that point of view, this has been an excellent year, and let me just share a few data points. Because this has been a year of growth in many dimensions. You've heard many qualitative and project dimensions already. But when we look at the cybersecurity industry in India, now we had pegged for ourselves at one point a goal that by 2025, this sector should become 10% of the overall IT sector. So how are we progressing? In financial year 18, we were at 5.6%. In 19, we were 6.3%. And last year, we've come to 7.1% of the IT services sector, which is the cybersecurity services. So we are on track to go up to 10 or beyond by 2025, 10% of the size of the IT industry. But within that, if you look at the IT products, software products, and the cybersecurity products, so the cybersecurity products as a percentage of all software products was 6.2% in 18, 9% in 19, and 11.3% in the last 1 year. So when you combine these two together, the products is a smaller part. This is a bigger driver also of the growth of the cybersecurity sector overall. So this is now the growth vis-a-vis the overall IT services industry. But let's see the growth year over year. So last year, the cybersecurity services section grew 19% over the previous year. And this year, FY20, which has got over the last fiscal, we grew 21%. So that means it is almost double, more than double the size, the rate of growth of the IT services industry, well beyond double. Now within that, the products, the cybersecurity product sector, it grew in financial year 18, 54% over the previous year. And this year has grown 38%. So this component of the software products category, the cyber, is growing at 4x the size, at the speed or the pace of software products in India. So overall, as you can see, in terms of this growth of the sector, whether it's cybersecurity services or cybersecurity products, we are going at the pace which we had set for ourselves and a bit better, I would say. So that's the quantitative measure. Let me look at four important developments. The first of these is that in January this year, we inaugurated the Hyderabad Center of Excellence, which is DSCI, along with Telangana State. And the idea was to work with the state very closely and start building the cyber capacity in that, which becomes a role model then for all the other states to emulate. So this has started accelerating the cyber momentum in Telangana. And the interesting thing is, soon after we had inaugurated in January, then COVID happened. And I've been very impressed to see the pace at which they turned virtual in spite of being just 2 months old. And in this period, they've had over 40 cyber events, over 4,500 cyber professionals trained or participated, 5 startups being supported in the center, and most recently, the partnership with Netherlands, and some of you may recall that when we were doing the plan for cyber in India, we had visited Netherlands to look at the Delta and see how they are working, building the industry. So a partnership between the center in Telangana with the Netherlands Delta is a very big and important landmark in the journey of our Center of Excellence in Hyderabad. The second big initiative, a bit older, but very significant one, is the Center for Cyber Crime Investigation, Training and Research, CCITR, which is Karnataka government and the Infosys Foundation along with DSCI. Now, here, the focus of DSCI and in the center is to look at the whole area of cyber forensics and to work with the government, with the judiciary, with the police to help them understand the complexity of every case or complex cases that they handle. So capacity building in the domain of forensics. And here in this, while the cyber labs were set up a while ago, it's only last financial year, 2019, that we set up the CCITR, and it got on to a great start in its new mode. And here we have trained over 7,500 people in this year, of which 2,500 are specialists in forensics. So very significant component of the work within cyber, which is forensic capability building. So if Telangana is building a capacity for a state in everything cyber, in Karnataka we are focusing on one very crucial vertical and building capacity again, which can be emulated everywhere. The third and perhaps the biggest initiative has been the National COE, where we are working jointly with METI, and it's a pleasure to have Dr. Rajendra Kumar from METI, our partners in this national initiative. It's a flagship project. It's a very well supported project. And here the whole idea is about technology development and entrepreneurship development. Again, ideas to be built, disseminated, and of course, to be replicated. So this has been set up in Noida. It was started early this year, this calendar year. Already has 18 startups which are incubated, almost 24 university partners, both in the government sector as well as private universities. A very well-equipped technology research lab which will be enhancing, and that's so it's a point to go to for all specialists. The Security Operations Center, a lot of very special infrastructure, and already in less than a year, over 4,500 people have been trained here. And finally, I want to talk about the big effort on industry development. And we've spoken of this for a while. So the use case clearing house, and you may recall we've talked about that every year. What's the one place from where ideas can develop, which can then be thrown open to startups, to universities, to companies, to look at use cases and build technology and capability around that. So this has become very active and is becoming a very good source of ideas and challenges for people to work on. Then we've also partnered with many industry bodies to move the know-how laterally across sectors. It's important for us to do that, to take technology into various sectors. And more industry bodies are coming online to benefit from the output of the National COE. And in August this year, we also launched a very important report, which is the Cyber Services Landscape Report, which educates the whole country and our whole industry on what the opportunities are, what the challenges are, what the way forward is. And we took a special attention to work on the small and medium businesses who quite obviously are as prone to threats on one side and are as big a source of opportunity. So the small and medium business preparedness report and the cyber adoption framework which would help them to embrace the capabilities which are required. And all of this with a very active engagement of our CISO community. I think that's an important point I want to make, because eventually within the country, the capacity to make our organizations, states, institutions, all entities secure sits with our very competent and large team of CISOs across the country. And I think we've been able to engage them very, very actively, and they play a very significant role. So all of these larger activities are, I think, these big initiatives, and we are very confident that the way Rama and team have been able to do a large amount of work, they've become a fantastic fountainhead of knowledge on cyber. You've seen the number of reports you mentioned, the studies you mentioned. So these bigger projects are also working on newer areas, bigger areas. And so with all of that, I think we are very well set to do what we said we would do when we embarked on the ambitious projects in cyber, and perhaps we even exceed those, and therefore work towards the bigger goal of making India a hub of cybersecurity for the whole world. Thanks once again for being there. I know you have a very, very rich lineup of speakers. And like Rama said, rather than being concerned about what are we going to do this year, I think they've flipped as startups do. And they flipped over to a virtual mode, and we have a much bigger range of speakers globally and also participants. So it's become, in that sense, a much bigger, richer, and more interactive conference. So I wish you all the very best, and I hope you have a great event this year.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Pawar, for talking to all of us. And we also have with us, as I mentioned, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MITI, who is a very special guest on our inaugural session for AISS 2020 this afternoon. And we thank you, Dr. Kumar, for having spared some of your most valuable time. And you've been waiting patiently, so now I'd like to invite you to address our delegates from the world over. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and very good afternoon to all of you. I'm happy to see that even in this post-pandemic scenario, this event has gone from strength to strength, and the participant levels have seen increase this year. You heard from both the speakers previously about the impact of the pandemic and how it is impacting the entire digital world and the cybersecurity scenario. Let me try to place this entire discussion in the broader context of the overall vision that we have formulated for the growth of digital economy in India, and how we see this panning out in the coming time. As we see the impact of the pandemic in various sectors of the economy, we have also seen the adoption of digital going up several notches compared to what was happening in the pre-pandemic times. So we have seen people adopting digital in innovative ways. Government, organizations, industry adopting digital in the best way possible that they could think of to ensure that the impacts of lockdown restrictions are mitigated to the extent possible. Let me begin by saying that in the government sector, we have seen this as an opportunity to really ensure that we adopt digital in the best ways possible, in the most innovative ways, and we reach out to everyone, citizens, businesses, everyone, even in these difficult times, through these new means, through these new technologies. And in that we have been largely successful. In government itself, we have seen digital being adopted by all departments, both at the central level and at the state level. We have seen adoption of work from home. We have seen people going for electronic modes of clearing files, giving approvals, holding meetings, holding discussions, taking decisions So all that happened in a very short span of time compared to all the efforts that we were trying to put in the pre-pandemic world. So that's a very positive impact of the pandemic. And in this new normal, we see this trend continuing. So that's the first thing that I would like to mention here. In the post-pandemic world, in the new normal that we see emerging around us, we see the adoption of digital continuing, growing further. We see this as one of the main methods of working in the time to come. In the context of the digital economy, this is going to have, we think, a very positive impact. Last year we had unveiled the vision of $1 trillion digital economy by 2025, and this was in the overall GDP size of about 5 trillion in 2025. But now we think that the contribution could be even more, because the adoption of digital that we hope to see in 3 years' time has happened in 6 months or less than a year. So we think that in the post-pandemic world, once the economy recovers, the growth of digital part of the economy is going to be even stronger, and the contribution is going to be greater to the overall GDP. Maybe we would slip maybe by 1 year or so, but definitely in the next 5 to 6 years, our economy should reach the target of 5 trillion, and our digital economy's contribution should exceed $1 trillion that we have targeted for. So how the government departments are coping with this new trend of doing everything the digital way? We are working with all departments, and one clear growth, one clear path that we have seen happening is the growth of digital platforms. There is now a shift from products, applications, to building large digital platforms in all domains of governance. And we are supporting the growth of this trend. We are working with all departments in Government of India, all state governments in various domains, where we are supporting them to build large national public digital platforms, which would integrate or bring on a common platform all the diverse applications in that domain. And that's a major shift that we see happening, and that we think can really change the entire perception of how government works, how government services are delivered, and how government interacts with citizens and businesses. Already one example is that is currently being rolled out across the entire country is in the health sector, where the National Digital Health Mission has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 15th August, and the Health Ministry is really putting all its efforts to build this national digital health platform, which aims to transform the delivery of healthcare to citizens through a common digital interface, which will involve healthcare provision by both private and public sectors. We are working on similar platforms with other domain ministries, education, agriculture, transport and logistics, and some other ministries as well, where the goal is to bring all their diverse applications now onto a common platform, which can deliver services seamlessly to citizens and businesses without the current difficulties of navigating through multiple websites, navigating through multiple apps, giving different identities for availing service, etc. So all those issues we hope to address soon in the time to come through these public digital platforms. Another area which is going to have a huge impact on security, cyber security and data handling is in the field of privacy and data protection. This is another domain that is becoming very important now in our economy and also the world over. And in this area, as some of you may be aware, we already have a bill which is pending in the Parliament, which aims to bring a legal framework for entire data governance domain in the country. With this bill coming into effect soon, I'm sure that we would be able to provide a very robust legal framework for our IT businesses, for our IT industry, to handle data and ensure that personal data is dealt with responsibly by the industry. That would also help the Indian IT industry to get more business from abroad, grow further, because India would be seen as fulfilling the norms of what is called data adequacy. So adequacy norms will be fulfilled by this new legislation, and that we hope would bring much greater levels of recognition and much greater levels of activity in the Indian IT industry. Let me also mention that in the field of cybersecurity, MeitY is the main ministry dealing with this domain, and we are spearheading, leading all the national level efforts in this direction. We brought out the first policy on in cybersecurity in 2013, and currently the activities are within that overall framework of the policy of 2013. A new policy framework is now being put in place, and that we hope would bring the latest in terms of the policy efforts to ensure that the cybersecurity issues are addressed comprehensively and with adequate attention by all the stakeholders. Let me just briefly tell about our main activities in this domain, what we are currently doing and how it is going to impact this entire cybersecurity domain in the time to come. As a part of the overall policy framework, capacity building is a key area that we are focused on, and we are seeing this need as one of the main focus areas. Unless we improve capacities across the entire spectrum, both in the government and the private sector, we cannot really hope to address the issues of cybersecurity comprehensively. We have seen the evolving threats in this domain, especially in the current pandemic situation, where the threat spectrum has grown many-fold, and new threats are emerging on a daily basis, on a regular basis. And the levels of threats, the sophistication have gone up significantly. And currently, in fact, we are seeing probably 2 or 3 times the number of incidents that were happening in the pre-pandemic years. So that shows the level of effort that we all need to undertake to address this challenge. As a series of steps, just recently, last month, we started a major training program aimed at government departments, various domain ministries in Government of India. The idea is to train all government officials. Let me just mention it again, all government officials, through a certain basic level of cybersecurity training, so that they can become aware of the issues, and in their own work in the ministry or in their own work with their own personal devices, they can understand and take appropriate steps to address those threats. So that's the first level effort, broad-based, covering all ministries of Government of India, all state governments, where the target is to really train all the officials with this level of training. The second step that we have taken, which it was launched just last week with the first training program, is to train a nucleus of government officials in each domain ministry, those who are already doing work in this area, or those who are interested, having the aptitude. We want to train them through a deep dive training program of 5 days duration, which would involve a deeper level of understanding of the threat spectrum and the steps that need to be taken to mitigate those threats. This also has been started. This is all pursuant to discussions at various levels to really ensure that our domain ministers are capable of understanding the threat in the cyberspace and they're able to meet them. As a part of the effort, as I mentioned by both Rama and Mr. Rajendra Pawar, MATE is working with industry very actively to really ensure that we address the challenge of cybersecurity in a collaborative way to the extent possible. We are running several centers of excellence in various domains, also in cybersecurity domain, where the target, where the goal is that we involve the startups, we involve the industry in really developing cutting-edge technologies and bringing them to use in various domains to address this emerging threat perception. Rama talked about the Cybersecurity Grand Challenge, which is a major program that the MATE has undertaken to involve the startups in developing really cutting-edge products in this area, which can address our requirements and also address the requirements globally in this domain. So these products, we hope the startups can really grow these efforts and become internationally recognizable in this domain. They can grow to meet the needs of even other countries. So that's the area and the broad direction that we are currently working on. I'm sure events of this type, they serve very useful purpose in bringing all the stakeholders together and ensuring that we all put our minds together to understand and address this emerging threat scenario. As has been mentioned repeatedly, this is one area where we really need to focus our efforts upon because of the threat perception from various players internationally. And as they increase in sophistication in the type of attacks and type of threats they pose to us, we also need to step up our efforts to address those challenges. I can assure that MATE is fully aware of the entire range of issues, and we would really like to work with the industry. We would like to work with the relevant players. We would like to work with DSCI, NASSCOM, all the other stakeholders to really understand and take steps that can help us in addressing this challenge. Let me appreciate the efforts taken by DSCI and NASSCOM in this domain for the last. And I'm sure in the time to come, these efforts that we have been taking up, we have been making, would really prove very useful and beneficial. Let me convey my best wishes to all the participants for this event and for subsequent deliberations today, tomorrow. And also, I hope that we can come out with a set of ideas, recommendations, best practices, which we all can use in our own work to ensure that we meet the needs of cybersecurity. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and I really wish all the very best for this event. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for joining us this afternoon on our inaugural session of AISS 2020, and thank you very much for that comprehensive talk. And with that, to all of our delegates, we have come to an end of the inaugural session. I'd like to once again extend our sincerest gratitude to Ms. Rama Vedashri, to Dr. Rajendra Kumar, and to Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman of DSCI, for joining us on the inaugural session. Well, without any further ado, I'm going to move on to our next segment now, which is a keynote address by Mr. Matt Bennett, Senior Director, Security Business at VMware Asia Pacific in Japan. And Matt is already here with us and will be talking to us, elaborating more on intrinsic security and zero trust, addressing the 5 key security challenges for today. So over to you, Mr. Bennett.
You can't predict the future, but a resilient business can be ready for it. A digital foundation from VMware helps you redefine what's possible now. From the hospital shifting to remote patient care in just 48 hours, to the university moving hundreds of apps quickly to the cloud, or the city government going digital to keep critical services running. You are creating the future on the fly, and we are helping you do it. VMware, realize what's possible.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to join you all. It's a shame it's remote, but I think what a great opportunity for all of us globally to share our thoughts and approaches to global cybersecurity at this time. My name is Matt Bennett. I'm responsible for the security business unit of VMware Carbon Black. Our mission, like many of you, is to keep the world safe from cyber attacks. And today, I want to talk a little bit about how we do that. What are our approaches to building out a security platform? And in terms of the title here, how do we make security part of what we do? How do we build it into our operations? And how do we enhance the zero trust model? How do we make sure that security is built into everything and validated through everything? And I'll talk about that through the 5 key challenges that we've identified with many of our customers today. Before I do that, I'll touch a little bit on the landscape that we all operate in. Some of the previous presenters were talking about this rapid shift to the edge, right? As we've moved to a remote first business model because of the pandemic, but it's here to stay, right? And many of these things have led to fantastic achievements for us, all of us, over the last 12 months as we rapidly deployed new types of technologies and ways of engaging each other in these trying times. As VMware India, as we've looked at many of our customer engagements, we've seen rapid deployment of new pricing on commercial models, new ways of engaging with customers during this difficult time, new ways of making sure as a community we can come together. But for all of those things, as we make that rapid shift, our surface attack has grown exponentially. And attackers, unfortunately, have been able to take advantage of that. Not only have we seen ourselves move in terms of our users, we've seen ourselves be distributed in terms of ourselves as defenders, and that's created many challenges for us as we look to secure in this new world, this new remote first. Whether that's looking at our cloud models, whether it's looking about how we deploy applications, many of those lead to security challenges. At the same time, through that, we've seen that significant increase of attacks. Carbon Black sees about 1 trillion security events today, and we can see over the last 12-month period a significant increase in the way that people are being compromised and attempted to be taken advantage of by attackers, right? The previous speaker talked about some of the sophistication of those attacks. Some of the most recent headlines involved significantly long campaigns of intrusion before the true attack was originated and actually had an impact on the organizations, both government and industry. Right? In each of those cases, a huge amount of time went into surveilling the target. Right? We've also seen a significant increase in custom malware being used as part of those exploits. And we've seen a significant use of the supply chain. In this model of the world today where we rely on each other as a community, we have to be aware that each of us can be a problem within the chain. Each of us can be used. Someone can be used to attack you. You can be used to attack someone else, which makes it more and more important for us to identify where trust exists and make sure that we understand how we communicate from a technology point of view, but also from a social point of view as we look to share. The same way that we think about protecting ourselves in a pandemic, physical security, we need to bring that same level of approach to our digital security, right? This, I guess, the cybersecurity equivalent of washing our hands, right? Ensuring that we're using multiple factor authentication, making sure that we're aware of what's occurring on our network, across our networks, and through our cloud architectures. What that means for us as defenders, and what we've seen, is there's probably 5 key challenges facing us as we look to be secure in today's world, right, and for the future. One, as we move beyond the traditional perimeter that we've talked about, that creates significant security challenges. How do we make sure that while we enable people to be anywhere on any device, how do we make sure that we can provide that in a secure manner, right? As we talk about the sophisticated attacks, how do we shift beyond malware? How do we make sure that we have behavioral-based approaches that can identify threats before they become present within our environments? Right. One of the challenges we all face, and I'm sure many of you have seen this, we have too many tools trying to do too many things, right? Organically over time, we've had new security challenges and we've rolled out new security tools, right? And this has created a significant bloat on our endpoints. It's created a significant challenge as we look to share information across those tools, right? That's also contributed to a challenge that we see around too many silos, whereby where you have IT operations or IT security or other parts of the business, how do we communicate? It's not that we don't want to communicate. It's not that we don't want to share information. Part of the challenge is how do we share it? How do we share a common language? How can I, as a security defender, share the right information at the right time to somebody running our operations infrastructure, right? And those are some of the challenges we face on a day-to-day basis. At the same time, we've spent a lot of time looking at threats and understanding what might occur within a threat. But what we need is to provide more context. We need to understand, as we think about that beyond malware scenario and beyond perimeters, I need as much context as I can have to understand what's a real threat within my environment, right? We need to pull together the idea of who are you, what are you doing, when are you doing it, where are you doing it, and why are you doing it, to enable us to deploy the right security controls. Without those different elements, it's going to be very difficult for us to provide security in the right way that can actually help our businesses, right? Help us be agile. You know, as VMware India, we've helped many customers in their digital transformation. What we're seeing in this next phase is really how do we transform our digital environments, but in a vigilant manner? How do we actually bring security into those decisions and those operations? As we look at it as VMware, we feel it's about building that intrinsic security, about suppressing the ability for attackers to penetrate our organization and build an environment where security just happens. And there's a number of building blocks within that, right? We identify 3 key areas, right? As we look at what is the security challenge and how do we need to meet it. We need to move away from bolt-on security solutions, right? We need to move away from the idea that once you've deployed your application or your business use case, that we then look to determine how we're going to integrate security within it. That already creates some security challenges and potentially gaps for an attacker to take advantage of, right? We need to make sure that we reduce those silos that I talked about, that security is a challenge that we all face, that we all talk about, and that we all make part of what we do. Security done well is like the brakes on the car. It will allow you to go faster, right? And how do we build the right context? I mentioned that knowing everything is part of the problem, right? But being able to bring it together is key, right? How do I bring context from the network scenario, whether it be micro-segmentation or other elements of the network detection and response, and how do I align that with endpoint detection and response? How do I align that with my SIM? How do I make sure that I can pull all of these different information points together to provide a true security scenario or solution? You know, the overall approach that we take from intrinsic security is we want to leverage all parts of the infrastructure, all of the control points that we have to produce that idea of being able to deliver any app across any cloud to any device for any of our users wherever they might sit. And to do that, we have to be able to have the right controls across all elements. And I'll talk a little bit more how we do that. So many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the types of activities that we take in cybersecurity. Many of you may have some of the projects you look at on the top line, but many of you may find that that's all being done by different tools. You might be utilizing one product for your EDR. You might be utilizing another product as you shift from traditional AV to next gen. You might have another approach as you look at how do you get visibility into your workloads. And that's part of our security challenge. How do we transform that? How do we make sure that we can do all of these use cases across all of those different applications down below, right? How do we make sure that security is consistent, whether it's on a Windows system, whether it's within Azure or AWS, whether it's in modern day application across Kubernetes? How do we make sure we're bringing the right level of security controls in a way that's scalable? As we look at it, we want to make sure that we have the maximum amount of currency along the bottom to be able to cover the maximum ways in which you might be deploying applications to your users in that remote first world. But we also want to bring the same level of security across all of them in a consistent manner. We want to be able to identify risk, right? We want to be able to make ourselves smaller, reduce our surface of attack where we can. We want to prevent activities across our organization, across our supply chain before they happen. But where we can't, where it's impossible, we then need to have a rapid detection and response. One of the biggest challenges for us as defenders is that dwell time. Time is the enemy for us as defenders. How do we maximize our ability to detect and respond? And it's built on those frameworks of identification of risk and prevention. But it's also about pulling all of that telemetry together, understanding all of those different security controls that we can use, and being able to deploy that in a single agent across multiple platforms. We might use some of this technology in different ways for different use cases, but we should have the same lens. We should have the same way of looking at it. As VMware, we're unique in the sense that we pull together both the security side and also the application and infrastructure side, as we look to kind of view what's often talked about as extended detection and response, right? Building out this future of zero trust, the idea that everything should be validated as you continue to operate. We have a unique position to kind of see across all of those components, right? Understanding who you are from an identity and access point of view, and leveraging a lot of the technology that we've built out with many of our customers in India, deploying workspace and virtual desktop through Horizon. We're able to then extend that into understanding it from a threat perspective as we look at the endpoint. And then really understanding beyond that, how do I actually then bring the same information from what's occurring within the workload, wherever it may sit, however it may sit, right, across the different cloud environments that we're using, and then across the different networks that we have, right? How do I actually make sure I get true visibility, right? The true impact of zero trust networks, it can only happen if you have true visibility across the network and can make decisions at all of these different points. A good example of that, as I build on that from a VMware perspective in India, is the work we've done with many of our customers as they take that deployment of endpoint management, right, where they look at how do I actually link all these elements together? How do I ensure I understand what my security posture is? How do I make sure that users are accessing the right information on the right devices? And I'm minimizing my risk as they go through that. And, you know, a huge part of that is building this into a system that's going to allow us to drive orchestration and response, right? Automation is going to be key. As we talk about the environment, the security environment, as many of the speakers before me talked about, it's only going to get more sophisticated. It's only going to continue to be an area that we are fighting to make sure we're ahead of the attacker, ahead of who's looking to compromise our networks. So the power, the value of what we talked about in terms of this expanded telemetry, the ability to pull all of this information, is going to significantly address those security challenges we talked about at the beginning. Right? It's going to give us the ability to inspect and link all of these aspects together, and each technology builds on the other. The ability to kind of share the telemetry, you know, be able to look at those security events across all of those different key control points, and therefore make the right decisions, right, and enable our users in this remote first world. You know, when we look at that from the point of view of those 5 key areas in terms of how we address the security challenges today, right, we can start to see how we can actually affect change, right? How changing our approach to security can change the way that users are protected in today's world. You know, by looking at a distributed security solution, right, that looks at all of those control points, but enables us to push to the edge, right, and then leveraging the power of the cloud for analytics, gives us the ability to move to that remote first model, right? It gives us that ability to enable users in ways that we've never done before, right? The pace of change in the last 12 months has been astounding because we've been able to push beyond our typical boundaries, right? And we'll never be able to put that back in the box, right? Now this is how users expect to work. So security can be a key foundation to continue that innovation. As we look at the more sophisticated attacks, it's about leveraging that machine learning and AI to understand better what's occurring within our environments, right? To bring that automation, to bring that ability to understand an attack before it really develops, right? As we look at that back to a MITRE attack framework, right? We have many different points within an attacker's attack loop really to take effect, right? And being able to process that information, be able to capture all of that information and respond is going to be key for us to drive the right security solutions for today and for tomorrow, right? We have to rapidly change our approach to tools, right? Consolidation has to happen purely from a performance perspective, but ideally from a security perspective. Too many tools, too many agents, too many things that we're looking to inspect and understand. We have to be able to consolidate. It doesn't mean that we reduce our ecosystem, but it does mean we have to take a broader view of security, a platform view, right? We have to have things interconnected. You know, when we think of it in terms of what's going to be successful for us as a community, less tools allows us to be more focused, but it also allows us to break down silos. And by silos, I don't just mean the discussion between your operations and your security teams. It means us between vendors. It means governments between governments, right? The ability for us to be able to share information to the right people at the right time is going to be critical for cybersecurity to be a platform for all of us to affect change. Because of those things, if we do that, if we drive to the edge, if we allow security to exist where it's needed, for it to be agile in the same way they expect applications and data, we can kind of build to a new model. And that's how we can provide that context, right? That's how we can take that context of that infrastructure and making it more meaningful for us as organizations. Right? I now understand who you are and where you are and what you're looking to trigger. I understand that that application makes sense for you in your role, but not when it triggers another application, not when it triggers another type of activity and allowing you to traverse across the environment, right? I can understand that because I can see what's occurring both within your environment as an endpoint, within your environment as across the network, how you're utilizing our cloud infrastructure, and all of those things built to allow us to make much better security decisions, right? And that's the fundamental truth of where we sit on security today for all of us, right? We have to know more to be able to do more, and we have to do that in the context of what we see today, right? Those challenges about that rapid shift to remote. Great opportunity for all of us, but also a great opportunity for the attacker. So the more we can do together to drive as a community, the more safer we will be, and the better we can work together to keep ourselves safe from cyber attacks. So I want to thank you for taking time to spend with me today, and I hope to see many of you in the future, both virtually and physically. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Matt, for your presentation, for joining us this afternoon, and thank you once again. Before I move on to our next speaker, for all of our audiences, our delegates who've joined us on this webinar, I'd like to very quickly remind you that you can engage with us on social media and tweet about the event using the hashtag AISS 2020. And you can also follow us on Twitter. Our handle is @DSCI_connect. So I'd like to now move on to our next segment. It is a keynote address by Mr. Sanjeev Mehrotra, Senior Vice President and Global Delivery Head of Cybersecurity and GRC Services at HCL Technologies. And Mr. Mehrotra will be talking to us on cybersecurity strategy beyond 2020, the changes, challenges, and priorities. So over to you, Mr. Mehrotra.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well in this special era. While I talk through the Cybersecurity Strategy 2020, I thought it'll make sense to talk about the first thing in the world that comes from an Asian leader, where we say, what Sun Tzu says is essentially strategy without tactics is slowest route to the victory, and likewise tactics without strategy is noise before the defeat. So in the current world, I thought it's good to get a saying from a famous Asian writer rather than getting it from across the globe, given the kind of scenario we are in as we enter into the strategy session. So just to start and give you a glimpse in terms of what the strategy session is, if this slide essentially is more about talking about the risks that have been highlighted at the World Economic Forum and how the World Economic Forum looks at the risks that exist post-COVID. The first and the biggest risk that is being looked at is the prolonged recession, and that takes the #1 rank in the world, followed by the bankruptcy that may happen for a lot of industries, for a lot of small and medium enterprises that may come in. And after that, cyber attacks, data fraud, and associated risks related to sustained working from home and remote locations brings in the third biggest risk factor for the globe. So this is just to give you a perspective of how the world is looking at, or how World Economic Forum is looking at the global risks after the pandemic has set in. Needless to say, we are all here, we know what security risks are, but the World Economic Forum is saying that and talking about it at a high level. So #1 is the recession, #2 is the bankruptcy, and #3 is where it is highlighting the cyber attacks and the data risks that we are talking about. With that, I'll move on to the next slide. Essentially, what we are talking over here is what has changed from the past, or what will quickly move into the next 3 years or next 2 years of cybersecurity. If I were to look back before COVID, everybody was talking of business needs-driven cybersecurity strategy, and the focus was a little different. Industry automation or Industry IoT 4.0 was the initiative and the driver for the change, which is referred to as security of things. Cost standardizations were coming into picture, which will come into picture, but in a different fashion. And things were driven more compliance and breach, and more with respect to regulatory requirements and compliance needs. How it is changing and how it will affect things in the future world, On an immediate basis, we are looking at secure remote access to be the key things. Most of the organizations had or were looking at a secure remote access, a VPN accessibility, and collaboration services to be made available on an immediate basis once the pandemic started. That started a thrust in terms of the remote workforce of people to be work and made available from home. With that in place, the number of phishing attacks that we saw, or that the media talked of, or that as a community we know of, increased manyfold, and that there was a kind of an anti-phishing campaign that had to be started across by many organizations to educate their employees how not to get into the trap for it, and ultimately move ahead. All this required a good amount of business continuity planning, and this will continue as we move forward, because this is going to be the new normal. In the near term, securing the end user, ensuring that there is a zero issues that come up into the system, the data of the organization and the brand is completely protected by any kind of an attack or any kind of a ransomware that comes into picture. This will require a lot of budget rebalancing within the organization. A lot more focus with respect to cybersecurity has to be brought in, and the budget allocation has to happen in that area. This is near term, and all of us are seeing this near term as it is happening, and we are experiencing the near term as we are talking. So that's essentially the near term that we are talking of. As we move ahead into the next part of it, the zero trust environment will become more or less a de facto, because my home can be my workplace or anywhere else. I have to be really secure, ensuring that wherever I deliver from is secure, and my organization and my customer organization data is safe, and that will bring in other things as SDS, SASE, IAM, and PAM solutions into picture. We all know with the security coming in and now the new normal, identity and privilege account management have now become the perimeter. It's now no more within the organization that we really look at. It has become the perimeter, and these things will get more and more priority, and likewise the automation around this will be driven even with much more force and much more focus than what it used to be. So essentially, if I were to summarize, instead of just going by the regulatory requirements and the need for the business the way it was running or asking for, in future the things will be looked at more from how the workplace can be moved differently, how my workers or office people can be agile and working from anywhere across on a 24/7 basis, ensuring that their systems and my data and the company brand is protected, which will require a lot more focus, a lot more strategy, and a lot more tooling with a change of mindset at both the CIO level and the larger organization level. So that's what the cybersecurity strategy will talk about and change in the next 3 years. It has started to and will continue, and that's the theme that we see. As we move on to the next slide, here essentially what I'm talking of is impact of COVID and essentially the pressure points on the enterprise security. The round circles, which is essentially the tiles that you see, are essentially talking of propensity, complexity, and criticality across 4 of the most important verticals that I can say so, which is the connectivity and continuity of businesses, and likewise up to business operations modernization. So if I were to look at connectivity and continuity of business, people did have an option in some companies, some organizations, they did have an option for work from home, and remote operations were heard of, but it was not a norm. Today, it has become a norm post-COVID. During COVID, there was a heightened activity to make people work from home. Some of the major financial sectors and pharmaceutical sector, which were clearly up to the mark saying, no, we cannot operate from home because of some regulatory requirements or because of some IP requirements. We also saw them shifting towards enabling their workforce to work from home. So that was a much bigger thing that happened and changed the perspective as we moved on. And this continues to be taking the main seat, and this will become the key factor as we move on. And with the remote working, there is a lot more need for collaboration. We have all seen how important the collaboration becomes and how effective it has to be when you are sitting remotely with a vis-a-vis working together from a meeting room. So all those factors will change. A lot more investment and thinking will come in terms of making the remote workers safe and ensuring the collaboration services are best up to the mark. So that will bring in a lot of technology advancement, adoption, and the transformation that will come in. Basically securing the identity and the zero trust laptop, desktop that they use is essentially the need of the hour, and that is what will pump in the major thought process at CXO levels, and that is a must to achieve, which will come in. And it will also lead to multi-platform adoption. Why only we are talking? Because people will be bringing their own devices, they will be working across various networks, and multiple people will be working on multiple platforms, multiple devices to meet their company's targets or meeting their customer objectives. So a lot of technology adoption and transformation changes will come into the system as we move ahead. While we are doing all the technology advancements, the risk and compliance comes as a major activity then. We talked about a zero trust, and then there are regulators continuously gogging some of us and some of our customers' environment, where data security and privacy is not just important, it becomes a paramount importance, and the controls and enforcement around that take the top priority for them. So that will bring in a lot more technology, and as I talked about IAM and PAM, IAMs and PAM solutions will actually come over on the front, and a lot more automation around the same will kick in, and to address to the risk and compliance. Basically, the world will move towards role-based access for everything that an individual is doing. Today, it is talked of, but is there only for a few set of activities that are done, but eventually that's how I see the world moving there. And then all this is leading us to business operations modernization, where I'm able to operate remotely without any issue, without any problem. And it's a seamless working between office and home. Even if I work from home or office, it doesn't make any difference. I'm equally effective. Efficacy of an individual is not impacted. And that brings in a lot of digital transformation for the organization. So organizations will embark on a big digital journey. They have already started. Adoption towards cloud and digital transformation will be the key thing. And organizations who have that done or are on that journey will be able to handle the kind of challenges that we all see coming in and will be the survivors in the future. So that's the gist of how I see, in terms of, if I can say, the pressure points on an enterprise changing with respect to cybersecurity. So essentially, starting from work from home, making them secure, a lot of investment that needs to be done, a lot of strategy thinking, change in mindset of people, agility to cope up with the modernization, adhering to the regulatory requirements, and ensuring digital transformation journey is quickly embraced in an organization are going to be the key for an enterprise to succeed as they move ahead. Moving on, as we move on to the next slide deck, essentially. The next slide essentially emerged and during the COVID days, having discussion across various CXOs in the industry. Some of the four major questions that came up in the mind. Do I have, or my organization have, a full DRBCP plan to handle a pandemic kind of a scenario? This was the first questions that was coming up at boardroom and in CIO CXO mind. The next question was, where is my office, or where is your office? Where do I operate from? The boundary is broken and it's all one in the system. Where is my workforce located? If it is located anywhere, how am I ensuring that my workforce is secure and ensuring that my factory or my supply chain services run uninterrupted in the whole system, flawlessly, irrespective of what happens in the organization? So these are the four key things that are driving boardrooms and CXOs into making the accelerated digital business transformation, which are a must to have. And clubbed with it is the Industry Automation 4.0, which is IoT and SOT, wherein a lot of factories needs to be automated, they need to be upgraded, their IT infrastructure need to be modernized, and there is also to keep it segregated from the current corporate network. So all that is kicking in a lot of for the CXOs and the boardrooms. So essentially, the focus areas for growth will be a digital business and the digital journey that I need to embark on. Teleworking service, we talked of in detail in the last slide, where a lot of workforce is to work from home. A lot of these things will change with bring your own device policy. A lot of organizations, a lot of corporates are embracing BYOD policy, and you can't ignore it, because the IT support, the way it is available in any corporate, will not be the same. It will be, people will use their own devices for looking at it. And if you look at today, most of us do that. Our phones are our enterprises in the office, in our pockets. So that kicks in a lot of controls that needs to come in. And while we are kicking in a lot of controls, we are giving and empowering our teams to work from a remote location. We have to limit the risk, and the risk has to be limited both from an exposure, volume, perspective. So essentially, we are talking of the perimeter being really secured, wherein a lot of work in the area of identity access management and PAM kicks in, and a lot of organizations are looking at it very seriously. And that's going to be the key thing for next 2 years, and it's going to drive very heavily across. We will also see, my personal take is, all of us, or all the direct reports, or even first-line managers will get into a role-based access support, which is currently limited only into a data center kind of an environment, but it will get further extended to all the workforce that is working across the world. Everybody was talking of in terms of how do I protect myself from breach. The world will change. It is changing. Everybody is accepting that in all the networks, there is some issue or the other. All corporates have got some issue of some kind that is residing in. It's a matter of time how things kick in. And the ability for me to react fast for any breach that happens. So in a cyber incident breach, how fast am I prepared the response to the breach and able to get my business back to normal as fast as possible, as quickly as possible, with minimalistic loss to business and reputation both. So that is what organizations will work towards. Instead of saying that I'm just securing it, they will also prepare themselves to respond to the breach services faster, better, and effectively. In order to achieve all of this and respond with agility, cloud embracement will happen faster. It has started happening, and supply chain and third-party management services integration on the cloud, and ensuring that they have the right access, and ensuring that my vendors, partners in any organization are equally secure and safe is going to be the norm that most organizations will pick up and take it forward. So we talked about the collaboration tools that will come in, a lot more effectiveness. Cyber attacks that will come into picture will have to actually will be looking at from a financial harm they can cause, either in terms of reputation or in terms of a ransomware that they have. For us or for the organization, we'll have to look at how the organizations can be protected from the financial risk and ensure that the protection and recovery services are optimized and go at a lightning pace. While all this is happening, over a period of next 18 months or 2 years timeline, boardrooms and CXOs will also start looking at optimizing some of the investments done that have been done either during the COVID period or whatever gets done through 2021. 2022, people will also start looking at realizing the benefits on the investments that have been made so far, so as to optimize the cost and the spending. And a lot of things will get defined around the cybersecurity policy. And you never know, cybersecurity policy should actually get added to a new joiner and talk about how things are changing and what they need to do and what is the awareness level that they have to, or what are the do's and don'ts around the cyber world that they have. And likewise, the operations or the cybersecurity operations, be it in-house or outsourced, has to be really agile in terms of handling the work. Has to be an amalgamation of tools and the agility of the workforce. The workforce has to really look at doing collaboration across various tools, various teams within the organization, and the cyber team will get empowered to immediately go ahead and start quarantining some of the machines, some of the affected surfaces which they think, and that's a shift that we will see. It will not be a regular ITSM-based cybersecurity operations wherein a ticket is raised and some other person is asking for it and things are getting done by the other guy. Things will change. People at the ground will get empowered to take these kind of steps. So in the interest of organization, so that the data and the integrity of the organization is not compromised and reaction time is really fast. So this is how we see, how I see, and things are changing over a period of time. And all this will bring in a new concept of the resiliency. I'm not saying BCP and DR. BCP-DR resilience is beyond BCP-DR. We are talking of a whole 360-degree activity over here, just to ensure that there is minimalistic loss to the organization and the business continues as ever. Moving on, this is we're just talking of where we talk. We say it's just a journey. We are on the path of change. The cyber world will change. The attack surfaces have increased. They will further increase. The protection has to increase, and it is going to be an interesting time for next 2 to 3 years. That's how I see things moving in the cyber world. Thank you everybody for joining and giving HCL a patient hearing.
Well, thank you very much, Thank you once again, Mr. Mehrotra, for your presentation, for talking to all of us this evening, and for being here. So I'd like to now move on to our next keynote session. We have our speaker with us, Mr. Venkatesh Sundar is amongst us this afternoon. He's the founder and CMO at IndusSpace, and he will be expanding on Go Digital fearlessly, making it extremely easy to secure web applications. So without wasting any time, over to you, Mr. Sundar.
Thank you, Swati, and really appreciate it. Yeah, sure.
Founded in 2012 with a mission to resolve the growing concerns of application security amongst enterprises, IndusSpace is a software-as-a-service company that's enabling businesses to build a robust digital ecosystem. IndusSpace offers a complete application security product suite backed with security experts and claims to be the application security partner and advisor for their customers. Currently, the company secures critical web applications of over 2,000 plus global customers, helping them create an agile and adaptable environment that is profitable to both the enterprise and end users.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for attending this, and it's my privilege to deliver this keynote on this topic of Go Digital fearlessly. And some of the pressing points that I wanted to make was also done in the inaugural presentation by the two Mr. Rajendra Kumar and Rajendra Pawar. Dr. Rajendra Kumar specifically talked about the $1 trillion digital economy. It sort of gave me goosebumps. $1 trillion digital economy out of India as part of the overall GDP growth. Now, how is this digital economy going to happen? And what is going to fuel this digital economy is going to be applications. And to enable those applications and new innovations to be done fearlessly, security is going to play a very critical part. And it became a nice segue for me to talk about this topic. And thank you very much for the previous speakers for setting the context. So fearlessly is a positive emotion. And obviously, we talk about risk mitigation, risk protection, and all those things. But fundamentally, what we are trying to do is we are trying to enable new services, new productivity, new ways of doing things for businesses in a secure manner, and fearlessly is a positive emotion that they had to focus on by making sure that they secure their applications, which are central to their business. Now, if you look at this in the context of how it has to be done, what has to be done, and how business has to think about it, I will try to look at some of the macro trends that are driving this. Of course, the digitization initiative has always been there, and everybody, including the previous speakers and all of us, talks about the pre-pandemic and the post-pandemic era. Dr. Rajendra Kumar also said that the post-pandemic era, some of this digitization and some of this, the push that has happened is going to continue to stay. And as it stays, the security is going to become even more imperative, right? And it's no longer about just improving productivity. It is now digitization is needed for the very survival of many businesses. So on that, let me add on some of the macro trends that, as I see it, which is fueling this digitization. So number one is the overall public cloud adoption is seriously increasing. Right now, it is a $250 billion market. Businesses care about launching their services and enabling the services. They care about data. They care about control. They don't care about where it is hosted, and they don't care about a whole bunch of things that comes around it. And the primary reason for this cloud adoption is speed and agility. Right? Speed and agility is a must-have and needed for survival for digitization to happen in a proper manner and to drive innovation and to do it securely. Cloud adoption is going to be a key trend, and it's here to stay. Now, with cloud adoption, it is important for everybody to understand that a lot of the bells and whistles of where the application is hosted, the network layers, the controls, the hardwares and the racks and the metals, those pain goes away. The business don't have to care about it. But they still have to care about what gets put onto those data centers. And central to what gets put onto the data center for any business is applications, right? And any cloud provider talks about the concept of shared responsibility, and the responsibility of the security of those applications is up to the business, right? So you might get a lot of things in terms of speed of deployment, speed of making updates, speed of enabling a new service done very easily, but securing it, the business logic and securing all the things that goes under that box is the responsibility of the business. And this requires a very special expertise, right? And it can come in the way of the speed at which businesses want to go or aspire to grow at. So, and I want to back it up with some security incident trends as well. Again, in the inaugural speech, there was a cue given that the number of security incidents are increasing 2 to 3 folds post-pandemic. CERT publishes a report, and digitization push post-COVID era. It's, of course, I say it's a rocket fuel, but it is not the first time we are having a digitization push. We also had a Digital India push made by the government of India way back in 2016, 2017. And in that period, when you compare the number of security incidents reported, where CERT publishes an annual report, the number of security incidents pre the Digital India push and the post-Digital India push, year on year, quadrupled. Fast forward to 2020, and now digitization, as I said, is needed for survival. Some person who never even thought of digitization, running a restaurant somewhere in the corner, having a brick and mortar service, people coming into a store and ordering food, suddenly post-COVID, with social distancing and people not getting out, and has to embrace an online delivery model, has to embrace an ability to have some application which will enable orders and transform himself into a digital model. So it is not just the big business getting a rocket fuel. Even those who never even thought of digitization are suddenly embracing digitization. And post-COVID era, when the normalcy restores, hopefully soon, it's not like this digitization initiative is going to slow down, because these guys have seen the benefit of an added channel of growing their business, convenience, innovation, betterment for their delivery models, their customers. It's going to stay forever, right? And hence, the security incidents also, compared to the data, backward-looking data point, fast forward to now, is also going to be a key challenge. And it is going to be very, very important that how well you address the security threats properly is going to be pivotal to the success of a digitization initiative and your business itself going forward. On that note, IndusFace was founded with the vision of enabling businesses to go digital fearlessly. And to enable them to go digital fearlessly, we had to make sure that we make it extremely simple for them to protect their web and mobile applications. Now, if we break down what is needed for securing your web applications and mobile applications, and I would quote my previous speakers, Matt from VMware talked about bolt-on security model will not work anymore going into the future. Nowhere is it more true than in application security for applications, because it's a dynamic, it's the most dynamic aspect of any business, continuous changes, continuous updates. So you cannot have a configure and forget and secure kind of a model. He also talked about breaking silos. What are all the aspects of an application security, and how do I bring them together into a holistic manner to make it extremely simple for businesses to make sense of it and take steps is going to be very, very important. And also interestingly, Sanjeev mentioned so he quoted Sun Tzu that strategy without tactics is slow failure. Unfortunately, if you look backward looking, people have been talking about web application firewall and risk protection without having an understanding of risk detection integrated into that overall piece. So we have seen that a lot of the application security, especially on the protection initiative, have fallen short to fulfill the complete promise, mainly because it was a strategy and a good intent without the right tactic in place of combining the overall risk mitigation strategy of detection, no visibility, no security, with protection, combining them together, and then having a complete monitoring system in place, along with an ability to make sure that you don't have to do a trade-off with the performance of a website to enable business to secure their web applications in as simple a manner as possible. So let me quickly break down these 4 components quickly to tell you how we see the approach. And as a use case, it's going to be common across any business, any vertical. Any kind of risk mitigation or any kind of digitization initiative to go fearlessly starts with first getting a visibility of your risk, and not just broad risk, visibility of your risk specific to your application. You might have a new zero-day threat somewhere and a new threat vector that is coming out on the market. Is it relevant to your application? So having a continuous risk assessment specific to your application, along with the changes in your application, should be the foundational layer and starting point for any application security and digitization initiative. And then overlay this with a risk protection strategy, where not only are you going to look at new threat vectors and new signatures, but you translate and modify them and update them specific to the risks of your application in an accurate, easy, and simple manner. And this gives you a point in time protection against an accurate protection of your application risks at that point of time. Having said that, applications keep changing, new threat vectors keeps coming up. So unless and until you have a risk monitoring and having this cycle of risk detection and risk protection being fed back through this risk monitoring process, you are never going to have a full-fledged application security program in place. And all of this should not come in the way of the business. Of course, one approach from an expertise point of view is partner with the best of breed solutions and look at them an extended arm of your team to take care of your application security. But also make sure that when you make those policies and security tools in place, they should not also impact the speed of your applications. So website acceleration or some sort of CDNs and those kind of things bundled in, so that when you make the decision, it has to be a no trade-off security deployment, so that you have a comprehensive security, accurate security done without having to make any trade-off in performance and opportunity cost of time spent in your business, so that you can go digital fearlessly. It all comes down to having the right technology in place, having the right partnership of human intelligence. Even though we keep talking about AI, ML, all those things are phenomenal things to have in place, but it's not going to replace a human. It's going to make a human more effective in going up the value chain of providing value to the customers. So right technology partnership with the right set of partnerships and expertise bringing on board along with those technology partnerships is going to be critical for any business, whether it is government, whether it is private sector, banking site, or insurance or e-commerce, to be able to embrace this complex space of application security and go digital fearlessly. Now, if we look at it, how it is pivotal to the digital journey and some of the thought process, what I call bullet points of the way to think about it, is if you secure your applications, you're mostly securing your business, right? Because think about including this platform on which I am delivering this online event is powered by an application. Any business, any platform, any touch point, remote, online, all of it, the end point where an end user is consuming something is an application. And securing those applications secures a large part of your business. And if you map it to something that I said in slide 1, The cloud adoption takes care of a lot of things around infrastructure and network and all those things. Anything that goes into the payload, role-based access control, securing your applications, the business logic of your applications becomes a responsibility of the businesses that is hosting them. So if you secure your business, which is your responsibility, secure your application, which is your responsibility, you are securing your business to a large extent. And application security should be viewed. I mean, it has become a boardroom discussion. It is, I don't have to, nobody in the security space has to preach any business on why security and risk mitigation is needed. It has become a boardroom discussion. But what is also a very big shift that is happening is it is now looked at not just as a risk mitigation strategy, which of course it is, but it is a fundamental business enabler. It is not just about mitigating risk and looking at it as insurance. You have to think about it as, can I launch this new service or this new application, which can be a new insurance product or a new document management system or a new government procurement portal, without a security program and risk assessment, risk protection, and risk monitoring in place? If the answer is no, it is preventing you from launching a new innovative service which could enable your business. Now, even after launching those service, with this application security programs in place, by keeping the bad traffic out or keeping the bad players out, it is also bringing a lot of operational efficiencies on the back end, making sure that your back-end compute and processing powers and the logic and the traffic and analytics and everything that you build on it is built only on the right set of traffic. So by having an application security program, of course it is risk mitigation, but it is having a lot of productivity gain in making sure only the right set of traffic is processed, only the right set of analytics are there in place, helping you launch new innovations without having to worry about the bad side effects of it, and enabling the overall productivity and innovations of the organizations. So with that, I think I would like to thank everybody for giving me this chance to talk on this topic. We are a platinum sponsor for this event. We would be looking forward for anybody to drop into our booth and have a one-to-one conversation on this topic. We live and breathe this day in and day out. Our products actually help in this space. This is too broad and too deep a topic to be covered in 15 minutes. So I hope I have given enough thoughts and pointers for somebody to think more and have a deeper one-to-one conversation. And more importantly, I would like to learn from each one of you on what you guys are doing in this space so that we in turn can further improve, innovate, and keep making it extremely easy for businesses to secure their web and mobile application and enable them to go digital fearlessly. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was Mr. Venkatesh Sundar, founder and CMO at IndusFace, who elaborated on Go Digital Fearlessly, making it extremely easy to secure web application. Well, thank you once again, Mr. Sundar, for joining us this evening. And we already have with us Mr. Praveen Kulkarni, who is our next speaker. He's the Country Manager Sales, Cyber Resilience with Micro Focus India, and will be elaborating and talking to all of our delegates about cyber resiliency. So I'm going to very quickly hand it over to Mr. Kulkarni to take his talk further. Thank you.
At Micro Focus, we help you run and transform your organization in a changing world. With a holistic set of solutions backed by a robust analytics ecosystem, our customers are addressing the 4 core pillars of digital transformation.
Micro Focus has helped us with our testing capabilities as we continue to evolve. We're able to cover more with less time, allowing our testers to do more exploratory testing and testing of new product development.
We needed to simplify IT complexity through the provisioning, process automations, and standardization. Micro Focus increased our IT administrators' productivity by 80% while delivering on promise of hybrid IT.
Dubai is the fastest growing city in the planet. What we want to protect is any infiltration or any disruption to our actions or process. How do you make sure that they are secured? Being able to develop the right strategy to move forward. That gives me satisfaction.
We leveraged Vertica to build an accelerated abstraction layer between our analytic and production systems. Once we got something stable, scalable, and fast, we could build tools around it, and throughout the organization, this unlocked productivity that we just didn't imagine was possible before. Micro Focus has been an amazing partner.
Key to successful digital transformation is the ability to bridge the existing and the emerging.
Application modernization is a fundamental part of our company, and we're very proud to be part of that journey.
That's where Micro Focus can help. Our software removes the need to take a risky rip and replace approach, so you can run and transform at the same time. We call that Smart Digital Transformation. For more information, visit us at microfocus.com.
Can you say to
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon. I'm Praveen Kulkarni. I head the security business for Micro Focus for India. We are happy to be part of the DSCI AISS 2020 Summit. My today's session will focus on cyber resiliency. What is cyber resiliency? How is it an expansion of cyber security? And how can companies become cyber resilient? Well, see, the growth of users and connected devices over the last 2 decades is staggering, right? We are now presently close to around 4.6 billion users. And this is only growing by the day. Some projections indicate that we will add another billion or over users over the next 5 years. Look at the pace of change, right? There are many technologies which are on the cusp of adoption, and a couple of them which will really make a big difference. One is 5G, and the second is the exponential growth of IoT implementations, right? So, as I said, exciting new applications are on the verge of going mainstream. These could be things that you see in the news pretty much every day: connected vehicles, autonomous cars, smart cities, smart education, and smart healthcare have pretty much started becoming mainstream as we talk. Smart agriculture, there's a lot of them which are on the cusp of on adoption becoming mainstream. And this transformation is, you can say, pretty much underway, right? In terms of digital transformation, companies have been investing in this. They're investing in the way they connect and interface with customers. They're digitizing their business processes. They're looking at new delivery models, new consumption models, and customers are investing in multiple technologies, right, to give them their cutting edge, whether it's analytics, it's robotics, it's automation, mobility, cloud. And in the midst of all this, the pandemic happens, right? And completely, it's changed the dynamics and the speed of this transformation. And in this, in turn, has had a remarkable effect on cybersecurity in terms of risk and complexities. Well, in the past, when you look at security, it was always managed by a defined perimeter. If you're on the outside, you are bad. If you're on the inside, you are good and trusted. Not so much A for Apple, but that was the premise. And there was a significant investment on securing the perimeter. However, this has now changed, right? The data center is now distributed. Most applications are now on the cloud. Users are all remote. Even the IT administrators who manage the applications and manage the infra for you are all now remote. The perimeter has blurred, and now you can pretty much say is undefined. The attack surface has changed and pretty much increased exponentially. And security controls that we had put in place earlier to safeguard the enterprises are now, in this given pace of change, are not keeping up. Right? So in this rapidly changing context of 2020, we have to assume that the ever-expanding attack surface, we have to assume that there will be vulnerabilities, and we have to assume that these can and will be exploited. And we've seen it happen over and over, right? Pretty much you'll see in the news every week, every 15 days, there is a breach, there are systems coming down, there are compromises that are happening. So you can pretty much say that the attacks will pretty much be given. So what we need to have now our own new normal. And so what we're seeing is an extension of security to resiliency. So here is an analogy to explain what we're saying, right? So what's the difference between security and resiliency? I'm giving an example with respect to the pandemic that we are all now facing, and we're living this pretty much, it's the 10th month, right? Security is like wearing a mask or taking other precautions to reduce your risk of being infected. Whereas resiliency is having been infected, how do you fight through it and how do you return to good health? The analogy is that of a body's immune system, right? The human body has a powerful immune system and provides the necessary defense, right? So when you have an infection, whether it's a viral or a bacterial infection, you have a T cells and B cells which kick on, and the T cells pretty much scan and figure out what the pathogen is, and then your B cells and your antibodies go and sort of kill those, whether it's a viral or a bacterial attack. And then your body recovers and maintains a healthy state. The body has a self-repair system in place, right, which will help you recover from illness and injury. Right. So if I was to move to our area of expertise, right, and look at what is the difference then between security and resiliency. Cybersecurity is focused on prevention and restoration of computers and information. It follows, for example, let's say the NIST framework, where you identify your assets, you put controls in place to protect those assets. No matter what layers of security or defense you put in, there will still be threats. So you detect those threats, you respond to those threats, depending on the kind of impact each of those threats would have, and then you recover your systems and your application when required. Right? But cyber resiliency expands on these goals. What we say in cyber resiliency is, regardless of a cyber breach, businesses need to continue and operate. Companies may have a good security posture and may also have a good business continuity posture, but there's a gap between both these strategies, talking to each other, right? Resiliency focuses on all aspects of the business, withstanding and recovering from these breaches, and the whole business of adapting. So, right, cyber resiliency, as I said, anticipates breaches. And more specifically, what it assumes is that the bad actors are already in the environment and they have the time and resource to wait for the opportune moment to capitalize on what they want to do. Either they will disrupt your services, they'll exfiltrate data, or they will chain data, right? Some of the data points are that, when an attack, the attack actually happens close to 294 days before the action is taken by the threat actor. Right? So you need to take then an adversarial mindset. What does your adversary really want? Have I secured what matters really most to the organization? It's surprising that many organizations don't think about what's important and how the data relates to their important mission, right? You also need to look at who you are, not only what are your most critical business processes, but what's critical is, you'll always have a shortage of resources and capital. So you need to look at where can you afford to spend money? And if you're focusing on important things, what can you let go if impacted? Like a human body, right? The analogy I was saying, that resilient systems cannot defend against all hazards at all times. So one needs to prioritize, right? So while the body cannot always recover to the same state on or before an illness, but it can adapt, right? Similarly, cyber resilient systems can recover to what we say is the least minimal essential functionality. One needs to prepare to lose something of value. You may lose 3 servers, but if you're resilient, you will not lose all your servers, right? So you need to secure the one that you can, and you need to have a mindset of letting a few go during a breach. Well, these are uncomfortable premises, but if you assume you are vulnerable, you will begin to think this way. So this means that you need to think beyond what traditionally in cybersecurity people talk about, the cyber kill chain, right? Your goal for resiliency should include, you need to anticipate an attack, you need to remain vigilant and prepared, you need to look at protective measures which are inherent in your environment and not necessarily reactionary. You need to be able to withstand the breach when it happens, meaning your core technical and business processes should be able to continue, sometimes in a limited capacity, but business continuity should be ensured. And you should be able to recover and restore your environment to full functionality. And you need to adapt your processes using what you've learned during the attack so that you can apply it quickly to ensure that a similar breach will not happen again. So you need to develop a cyber resiliency strategy and methodology, mapping your goals to specific security measures you're going to take. It could be protecting your most important assets, detecting and understanding what is happening in your environment. You should be able to wade through the noise and really look at insight into what your truly anomalous activity are. You need to look at data, act on concrete data, and need to respond to events as they are occurring, right? You respond in real time. And you need to be able to evolve and strengthen your security posture against both known and unknown threats. Right. So first, let's look more closely at protecting your most important assets, right? Micro Focus's point of view here is that these are your identities, applications, and data, right? Protecting identities has become central to gaining control of your environment. I'm giving an analogy of a sporting event, whether it's fans, referees, press, vendor staff, coach, sports commentators, and even the janitorial staff, right? Everyone has a unique credential identity. Each one of them has differing levels of access based on their responsibilities, roles, and attributes, right? This is just the way you would do in any organization. And the new paradigm of digital access is leading to a model of zero trust. And zero trust is based on the idea that no access request should be automatically trusted, but rather that the user or the device or the thing requesting it should be verified, and the access should purely be limited to their role. That's where the rule of least privilege comes in. Zero trust has a potential to limit your threat actors. Micro Focus NetIQ solution helps you implement a zero trust environment in your companies. It has a comprehensive identity and access management solution. It covers identity management, identity governance, access management, multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, privileged access manager, and much, much more, right? All this is built to ensure that every entity in your organization is identified and authenticated, every access is authorized, and every action is audited. Information governance, risk-based access control, risk-based step-up authentication, and PAM all build in the cyber resiliency into your zero trust. The second is applications. Right? As identities have increased, so have applications. Right? There is a tremendous pressure to get features to market and address customer demands, right? Resulting pretty much in a tsunami of apps. And what's important is all of this are happening in a compressed cycle of application development and release timelines. Right? Two is with the movement to DevOps and to a cycle of constant updates and releases. Organizations have a tough time keeping up with enforcing testing procedures. And now quite a bit of the security testing is outsourced, and developers use third-party and open source code. And this opens them up to vulnerabilities. Right? According to NIST, after an application is released, it costs 30 times more to fix an issue than at the coding or design phase. Micro Focus 45 again here helps developers build secure software fast with an application security platform that pretty much automates testing. It helps you quickly detect and resolve issues. Right? The primary goal is to enable developers release code faster and securely. Right? So we have a static code analyzer, which is primarily for analyzing source code. Web Inspect, which is dynamic testing. It analyzes applications in their running state and simulates attacks against an application to find vulnerabilities. We have Fortify on Demand, where we offer SaaS, DaaS, and MAST as a service. We have software composition analysis with our integration with Sonatype. We can help you scan open source. And we have Application Defender. This is a real-time protection and monitoring from attacks on running application, and that's how you build cyber resiliency in application security. The next comes data and the explosion of data, right? So this is another big spike that we're seeing in the volume and variety of data, right? So how can this be? How can an explosion of data? How do you control and protect this? So one way is that you can apply data-centric security, where you anticipate attempts on unauthorized access and withstand these attempts, right? You can look at end-to-end data-centric protection technology, where you embed protection into the data, and it protects pretty much wherever the data goes in your hybrid IT deployment. It could be protected in use, in transit, and at rest. So if you look at the Micro Focus portfolio, we have Voltage, which is secure data, secure mail, and Smart Cipher. Secure data protects your structured data, neutralizes data breaches by making the data worthless to an attacker. So whether you have a payment ecosystem, your storage, or big data analytics, Voltage secure data protects you there. Secure mail, this provides end-to-end email encryption for desktop, cloud, and mobile. It pretty much keeps your PII and PHI information secure and private. And Smart Cipher, it helps you protect your unstructured data and provides you persistent file encryption. Right? With this, you would still need to have a strong backup and archiving solution in place. Now, so as I said earlier, no matter what the layers of security you build in, one still needs to anticipate an attack. And here's when a next-gen SOC comes into place. Most sophisticated SIM systems that are presently deployed do have challenges, right? Most companies find it hard to keep up with the volume of security data being generated. SOCs have multiple security tools. The threat landscape is changing. There are, with known threats, there are pretty much every day, the list of unknown threats are increasing. And finally, there are talent war, right? The resources required to manage your cybersecurity, your SOC are scarce, and companies are always struggling to recruit and retain talent, right? So that's where the next generation tools for a next gen SOC comes in place. And this is where Micro Focus has a role to play. Rich analytics, that's what you need to prioritize your and ensure you get high fidelity threat alerts. That's what Oxide does. You need a complete security ecosystem, and that's what we provide with Micro Focus Oxide. We have the logger, we have an SIEM platform, We have a user entity behavior analytics platform, which is called Interset. And we have an automation layer which sits on top of it, which is a Micro Focus ArcSight SOAR. Right? You need to have layered security analytics. That's what ArcSight delivers, where you can detect both known and unknown threats. And you need to have a scalable, big data native architecture, and that's what we deliver with Micro Focus Recon. In continuation to our next-gen SOC, the thinking needs to evolve, right, and adapt. So cybersecurity practices primarily question the fact of what happened. This is now shifting to why it happened. There are many organizations, if you ask me, who are doing this right now, right? And perhaps they are able to anticipate what will happen. The journey towards cyber resiliency requires you to evolve to foresight and how to prevent it in anticipation to the next event, right? We need to be able to intelligently adapt. And one of the technologies that companies can adapt is AI and ML, right? Because this helps you provide an interesting advantage. The ability of ML algorithms to analyze large data sets and identify anomalies and patterns in an instant is critical to detect and respond to cybersecurity events. Right? So until recently, if you look at the antivirus defense solution, they were primarily signature-based, right? But identifying malicious programs by extracting what you call a unique fingerprint, right? But the traditional signature-based detection processes are now outdated. You need tools to detect what is known and remains visible. For this purpose, AI-based technologies will no longer be an option, but they pretty much become a necessity. To give you an analogy, it's like when a child distinguishes between a dog and a cat, it's not that which belongs to what animal family, but and it's not based on a signature, it's a dog and a cat, right? So what you need is a powerful recognition mechanism which will sort of distinguish between goodware and malware. And so a few pioneers are embarking on this journey to mechanize what we call artificial intelligence and capable of sorting them and assisting humans in the face of millions of malicious attacks and tools. We strongly believe that the path towards to augment human intelligence with machine intelligence will really help. And this is what we do at Micro Focus. Whilst the slide talks about a lot of initiatives where we are incorporating artificial intelligence and machine learning, I'm just going to highlight a couple of points. If you look at our IDAM Net IQ, machine learning allows systems to monitor data and adjust authentication requirements based on behaviors and where you calculate risk. If you look at 45, which is our application security, AI technologies here such as supervised machine learning analyze source code to detect and highlight vulnerabilities from the noise, right? And if you look at voltage, again, analytics-based engine analyzes data types and structures to alert and automatically encrypt data from your risk-based results. And finally, with SecOps and ArcSight, unsupervised machine learning means that the engine can continuously learn and adapt to what's happening. And with our Interset UBA, we are able to, with machine learning, we are able to pretty much baseline every entity within your organization so that any event that happens which is anomalous, the system is able to highlight that and move that over to an analyst. So to wrap up, right, the key takeaways that we talk about is one, we aren't stopping cybersecurity, right? But what we're saying is that you need to evolve from cybersecurity to cyber resiliency to survive in this threat landscape. That means you need to assume that a breach will happen and determine how you're going to anticipate, how will you withstand, how will you recover, and how will you adapt. And in your environment, you need to be ready to protect, detect, and evolve. And you need to have advanced technologies like AI and ML, where you'll augment your technology to help you intelligently adapt. So thank you for being part of the cyber resiliency session, and I hope you found the session useful. If you wish to know more, or if you wish to assess the cyber resiliency posture of your organizations, do reach out to us. Contact details are here. Again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Kulkarni, for talking to all of us. And that, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our delegates who've joined us for this webinar, we come to an end of this segment on AISS 2020 Day 1. And we'll now break and come back at 6:30 for our next set of keynote addresses. To just very quickly run you through, we'll be joined by Mr. Steve Ledzian, the CTO APAC for FireEye, followed by Mr. Sunil Sharma, Managing Director Sales for Sophos India and SARC, who will be talking on cybersecurity evolved in the era of digital transformation and much more at 6:30. So please do join us at 6:30 and we'll now break. Thank you once again. Okay. Okay, so good evening and welcome back everyone to the 15th Annual Information Security Summit 2020 brought to you by NASSCOM-DSCI. Our event technology partner is Infosys Meridian. So that was a very short break that we took, and we are now going to resume with our keynote sessions. And without wasting any time, let me introduce you to our first speaker for this keynote session. We have with us Mr. Steve Ledvian, who is the CTO APAC for FireEye. And Steve, welcome. And he's going to be talking to us about ransomware turns vicious, evolving trends. So over to you, Steve.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining the session. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you so much to DSCI and the organizers for facilitating this all. I'd like to talk to you about ransomware. And I know we've heard about ransomware ad nauseum already, but really ransomware has changed in just the last year. And it's really important to understand these changes. And so I'd like to walk you through them so you can anticipate what ransomware will look like in 2021. But first, we need to understand a little bit about some TTPs, or tactics, techniques, and procedures. We all know that information is meant to be private. And one of the things that hackers will sometimes do is something called hack and leak, meaning they break into a network, they steal information, and then they make that information that they've stolen public for various reasons. We've seen sites like WikiLeaks do things like this, and in 2016 there was the U.S. election, which suffered a hack and leak attack, and the following year in 2017 we saw a similar attack against the French election, right? So these sorts of hack and leak techniques, they've really been the domain of espionage actors, nation state actors, not so much cyber criminals, right? The espionage actors are motivated by nation state initiatives. The cyber crime or the financial actors are motivated, of course, by money. So the cybercrime actors, specifically the ransomware actors, have now taken a play from the playbook of the cyber espionage actors and are entering this domain of hack and leak with ransomware, which is something that's relatively new. To understand this, to understand how attackers accomplish this, we have to understand that ransomware is changing. The old way of doing ransomware was very malware-based, right? And so what would happen is the attackers would spam out lots of messages with malicious attachments or malicious links, and those would ultimately point to ransomware. And when someone, unfortunate person, opened the attachment or opened the link, that machine where they were reading email would get infected with ransomware. Well, the attackers realized that these machines where they're reading email, they aren't very big targets. They wanted to aim for larger targets. And in order to do this, they had to change how they attack. They first now intrude. There's a full intrusion into the network before the manual deployment of ransomware. We call this post-compromise ransomware. So instead of mailing the ransomware, they mail a backdoor. And the backdoor allows them entry into the network. And once in the network, they can find the important business servers. And they can manually deploy the ransomware on those business servers. And when they do this, it's actually a double dose of extortion, because we have the traditional impact of ransomware, which is what? Your files are encrypted and you can't access them. But what attackers have figured out is, wait a minute, if I've already broken into the network and I'm already on the critical business servers and I'm about to deploy ransomware, I'm at the data. Why don't I just first steal the data first before deploying the ransomware? And then I can do hack and leak, or a threat to hack and leak. And so now it's a double extortion. The victims can't access their data, which is painful enough, but they're now also under pressure that the attacker is threatening to take that stolen data and make it public. And that adds to the leverage that the attacker has when they're demanding these types of extortions. And so this is how modern ransomware operates today. The attacker first breaks into a network, they find the important data, they steal that important data, they then encrypt that important data with ransomware, and then they extort the victim with threats to make that important data public, right? And that's becoming more and more the default with the ransomware attacks we're seeing in 2020 and what we anticipate for 2021. So let's take a look at how this is different. Right? And let's start by the attack timing. With standard ransomware, where they're emailing the ransomware out, the attacker doesn't control the timing. When does the ransomware fire? The ransomware triggers whenever the victim opens that attachment or follows the link. So the attacker is not in control. But with post-compromise ransomware, where they first break into the network, the attacker is in control. They're in control of the exact timing. So we've seen attackers do this, right before exams in universities, or you can imagine they do it on, 5 p.m. on a Friday, the most inopportune time. And that adds to the pain of the attack. The target, right? With standard ransomware, it's whatever machine you were happening to read email on. It's a random machine. But with post-compromise ransomware, the attackers are deploying on critical servers. And not just one, but multiple servers simultaneously. Disclosure, right? Sometimes when organizations are the victim of cyber attack, they don't want that information to come to light, right? And so the victim in a standard ransomware attack, they control the disclosure. But in a post-compromise attack, it's the attacker who controls the disclosure. The attacker has the data. The attacker is threatening to make that data public, and they are the ones to decide whether or not that data becomes public. So the attacker is in control of the disclosure of the breach. What about monetary costs? Well, legal penalties are unlikely for standard ransomware because it's just a service disruption. But for post-compromise ransomware, if you have a leak of data, well, then you might have PII issues, right? And so there may be legal penalties, regulatory fines. Not so much for standard ransomware, but for post-compromise ransomware, very likely. And reputation costs, right? So there might be some moderate amount of reputation if you lose a period of service through the service disruption of encrypted files. But the reputation costs can be a lot higher if you lose your customers' data or your partners, your business partners' data. And so there's that reputation issue as well. Well, how do we address ransomware? I know you've all heard, make sure you have good backups so that if your files get encrypted, you can restore from backup and you can avoid having to pay the ransom, right? So backups essentially fix the problem for standard ransomware. But for post-compromised ransomware, if the attacker has stolen your data, the backups are good for helping with the encrypted files, but the backups don't get your data, your stolen data back from the attacker. So the backups are a partial fix, but not a full fix to the attack. And in the end, if you add all these together, the ransom amounts that we saw in 2018 and 2019, you've heard stories of companies who were pre-buying Bitcoin just so in case there was a ransomware attack, they could respond to it quickly. With post-compromised ransomware, we now see ransoms in the millions or sometimes even the tens of millions of dollars. The attackers have really figured out what's important to the business, and they've gotten vicious, and they are going after what's important to the business, and they're using leverage to do that. But 2020 has been a year of new normals. This is a new normal as well. If you're hit by ransomware before, the business impact was a service disruption. Today, if you're hit by ransomware, very likely it means it's a data breach. And it's interesting who attackers are threatening when they extort the victims, who they're threatening to share data with. So we've seen attackers threaten to share data with local media sources. So when they extort the victim, they say, we will contact these media sources. Here's the data, a copy of the data which we've stolen from you that we will share with those media sources. They threaten to contact regulators. The attackers can threaten to contact your customers. If you're a B2B, you have business partner customers, that may be concerning to them as well, or maybe even share that stolen data with your competitors, right? So you can see that the business impact of this is very different than a random machine being used to check, used for reading email, having its files encrypted. And because of this, boards are really taking notice of the ransomware risk. This is a report from April of this year. Ransomware is mentioned in over 1,000 SEC, that's the Security and Exchange Commission, a regulator out of the United States, over the past year. So companies are listing ransomware as a forward-looking risk in their SEC documentation. So what are some of the recent incidents of ransomware? Well, this is quite recent, October of this year. CIO.com says that India becomes the second most targeted country for ransomware after surge attack in the last 3 months. So, with attacks happening and very prevalent in the news, some get reported and some don't. But India is not excluded from this threat and this scourge of ransomware as well. In September of this year, a really concerning story came to light. And this was ransomware that had hit a hospital in Germany and brought some of their systems down. And the hospital couldn't admit or process patients because of this service disruption. And as ambulances were coming in, they said, you have to go to the next nearest hospital. We can't admit these patients. And as a result of that, one patient even passed away because they couldn't get the care that they needed in time. So we talk about IT assets and the impact of IT assets, but more and more our lives and our societies depend on these technologies, and the impact can be quite serious. Just a few weeks later, at the end of September, a U.S. major hospital chain was hit by ransomware as well. They said that all of their computers were completely shut down. This was a Fortune 500 company with over 400 healthcare facilities, over 90,000 employees. So just imagine the chaos and impact on the business from an attack like that. Shipping firms, right? So shipping firms have been hit as well. You may remember the story a few years back of one of the shipping firms being massively impacted to the tune of multiple hundreds of millions of dollars of impact as a result of that attack. Now, all four of the world's largest shipping firms have been impacted, right? So the attackers don't really care what industry you're in. They only care about making money from these attacks. So that's a lot of bad news. What are some of the things that companies can do, and what advice in just the remaining few minutes do I have to offer you about how to address this problem? Well, ransomware is a lot easier to prepare for than to respond to. And so look for ransomware services. These are services, they don't take very long. They can do they take about a week. They can be done on premise or remotely. And they should address all aspects of ransomware. Your architecture, of course, but also how would you respond to a ransomware attack? How would you do crisis communications? How would you recover from a ransomware attack? All of that should be assessed, not just the technical security controls. And lastly, I wanted to offer to you a white paper from FireEye. This white paper doesn't come at any cost, so you can download it freely. I've put a QR code on the slide to make that a little bit easier for you. The white paper is called Ransomware Protection and Containment Strategies. And this is written by our Mandiant teams who have responded to countless ransomware attacks. They've seen the measures that are effective in dealing with and defending against and preventing ransomware, and they've put those suggestions in this white paper. I think this is probably one of the best white papers I've seen come from FireEye in my years here. The suggestions are quite technical, quite specific, and very likely suggestions you have not heard of or considered before. So I think there's very fresh and very useful information in this white paper. I encourage everyone to take a look at it and to apply the recommendations inside their organization. And with that, I'm out of time. I'd like to say thank you very much for attending the session. If you'd like to learn more about how FireEye can help you with ransomware, please reach out to us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Steve, for talking to all of us this evening. And we thank you once again for joining us here. We'd like to now move on to our next speaker. For another keynote address, we have with us Mr. Sunil Sharma, who is Managing Director, Sales for Sophos India and SARC. And Mr. Sharma will be elaborating on cybersecurity evolved in the era of digital transformation.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm afraid Mr. Sunil Sharma couldn't, he was with us, but there has been some technical glitch. So let me very quickly once again run you through what our program is all about. We are back. This is the 15th Annual Information Security Summit 2020, the first ever virtual edition of AISS. And I'd like to remind all of our audiences to engage with us on social media, to tweet about the event using the hashtag AISS2020. And you can also follow us on Twitter our handle is @DSCI_Connect. We started today with the inaugural session where we were joined by Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO of DSCI. She spoke to us. Post that, we also have with us Mr. Rajendra Pawar, the chairman of DSCI, and a very special guest on our today's program, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, also spoke to us this afternoon. Post Mr. Sunil Sharma's address, we will be joined for a fireside chat by Mr. Brandon Tan, APAC Director, Sales Engineering at ForcePoint. And this is a fireside chat between Mr. Tan and Mr. Vinayak Godse, who is the VP at DSCI. And two gentlemen are going to be elaborating on bringing an adaptive trust mindset to data protection. So stay tuned with us. We have a lot more coming up. And on the AISS 2020 microsite, you can also refer to the agenda to get details on the breakup sessions, the track sessions. We have an exhibition space where we have exhibitors live and can address to your queries, and which is why we request you to take some time off and do visit the exhibition space during the 3-day webinar. And once again, to remind you to stay connected with us on social media, to keep tweeting about your experience about this 3-day webinar using the hashtag AISS 2020. And like I said, you can also follow us on Twitter. Our handle, just to reiterate, is @DSCI_Connect. So as we have Mr. Sunil Sharma back with us. So Mr. Sharma, I think you'll have to unmute yourself, and we have with us Mr. Sunil Sharma. Yeah, so I'll ask the AV team to please play the video for us for Sophos. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I really appreciate Data Security Council of India for giving me this wonderful opportunity of presenting and talking to our dear customers. So my topic is cybersecurity evolved in challenging times, but I want to tell you that Steve has actually done half of my job. And he has spoken about ransomware, the way it is a menace in India, and how it is we as in India being the second country in the world actually. So there are true challenges which we are facing. He touched upon the ransomware as one aspect, but I'm going to touch upon the three aspects what you as CIOs and CXOs are facing. And to do that, I have a beautiful analogy which I want to cover you up. And I'm sure everyone is just aware about Ramayana or Ramcharitmanas, and there the mythology talks about Sita. There is a Lakshman Rekha, and there is a home, and there is a Lakshman Rekha and Ravana. I think in recent times, I can really correlate this story and give you this analogy like Lakshman Rekha for you as CIOs and CXOs was primarily a perimeter kind of security earlier. But in the recent times, or all the enterprise class of customers have already put their infra into the cloud. So for them, you can take the cloud security as the Lakshman Rekha. And you have Sita, she is the user, she is the one who is actually being going through, and Ravana is none other than the ransomware. And that's exactly is the analogy which I have put across, that you have Ravana ransomware, Lakshman Rekha is cloud security, and Sita is human challenge. Now, let me elaborate a bit, but not more, because on ransomware, my dear friend Steve has already covered this up. 82%. This is all survey, my dear friends. A third-party survey conducted on a group of, let's say, 5,000, kind of CIOs and CXOs, and all the respondents, IT respondents, were part of India and global too. But look at this data talks about absolutely that ransomware is a menace, and each, when Steve was talking about the amount of dollar which people have paid, almost average payment which is in India is $1 million US, which is equivalent to almost 8 crore kind of money. 66% people who actually got the data, their data got encrypted and they paid the ransomware just to get their data back. It's really pretty bad, which is happening. On the cloud security, when I talk about, people are using cloud infra, but they are truly some of the customers. I'm not definitely trying to defy the knowledge, and the wisdom what end customers have here. But I want to tell you that it is like a lot of people think that if they bought a flat in a secure, in a society which is being secured by some of the guards who are sitting at gates like gate 1 and gate 2, they think that flat is secured, but that's not the case, my dear friend. And I think the same, a lot of customers whom I've spoken to, they said, Sunil, but we have bought on AWS and they're secured. I said, it's like you bought a flat, but the flat is not secure. It is only at the perimeter level, there is a security. But if there is an intrusion which is happening, if there are, advanced persistent threats which are, trying to conquer your particular site, then it is absolutely your responsibility to secure, those sites of yours or those data of yours. So the data says 93% suffered public cloud security in the last 12 months, which is truly very, very high. And when we spoke to all these CXO and CISOs like you, they said, we are definitely concerned about cloud security, and 44% were actually breached because there was a security misconfiguration. For example, any admin, he was trying to upload a file, and in the software development, it so happens that everyone is uploading something or the other, but they are not actually taking a consent from the CISO and CIOs, and there is no rule of conduct there, and that's how the security breach happens. So are you getting on a constant basis, there is like Are you truly getting a visibility about how the configuration is being placed? Are we following HIPAA compliance? Whatever compliance which company has to follow, are we truly have that visibility in the cloud? So that's a big question. On the third point is about human angle. We look at how market has grown in the last 3 years. My dear friends, market truly has come from 75 billion 2015 to 170 billion dollar, and which is a big growth. Even in India also too, that market has truly grown. And when you have such a kind of humongous growth, the skill set shortage is bound to happen. And if you look at today attacks, they are not just like there are those type of attacks too, but primarily for good enterprise class of customers, the attacks are human led. And when you have human-led kind of attacks happening, it is important that you should have those skill sets in your premise, or you are getting it done through third party who are constantly 24/7 hunting your network and trying to hunt all the cyber criminals and the malwares or the ransomware which someone is trying to deploy. And that's exactly is going to save you. That's exactly which is going to protect you. So these are the three top security challenges which I personally believe or Sophos believe that all of you must be facing. Times have changed. You look at all the applications are in cloud. People are like the perimeter is almost there's no perimeter now. People working from home. I still remember one of the example who someone was talking to me, customer. He said they had one of the tool which was supposed to be deploying. I am sure during when you are in the office. So IT normally have a tool where they can deploy different type of applications on your laptop, and they use that tool to deploy in many of the computers and employees. That tool was somehow got publicly placed, and the IP was, so it was an open invitation for even cyber criminals to find out a username and password, and they did it, and then they started deploying ransomware. So look at that, how times are changing. So it is all in the cloud, either you're public or private, and people are using applications. I myself working from home for the last 9 months. We have not seen the office as yet, but it's thanks to the CIOs and CXOs like you. I mean, you are for me. You are the true Corona warriors, actually. I'm able to make my livelihood. I'm able to work as efficiently as I was working from, office. So thank you. But things, if you look at the scenarios have truly changed, and you people have huge amount of responsibility. Some of them are using basic vanilla kind of antivirus and firewall, absolutely basic stuff, I'm not saying that, earlier that was the case. But when Steve was talking about ransomware attacks, there are so many customers when I go and meet them, and the banks, they're using that basic stuff. And when I tell them that, boss, this is not going to be, actually protecting from you, from cyber criminals, actually. Today, this attack, they are different. You need a different shield to save and secure your entire network. And they said, yeah, we are just putting a specs, and no one is bothered. I mean, that actually bothers me because any point of time when you have such kind of incidents and someone is trying to pay 1 million, that's a huge money, and that somewhere has to getting transferred to the CEO, to the director, to the the CFO level. That what kind of ROI we are talking about when we are doing investment on such kind of products, and what is that when these protection is not there, what is there to lose? So I think huge amount of credibility loss and brand loss and production loss and productivity, number of hours, and so that's a huge amount of money. So that's where I was talking about that IT security. I mean, it's not a mistake. It's how the IT security phenomena, it has changed drastically in the last 3 years, and the malwares and the ransomware attacks, and someone has to keep a pace. And we bought solutions like all kind of point solutions that, okay, we have a firewall, issues and a perimeter security required. Okay, let's buy firewall. And we have an endpoint protection. Okay, let's buy. But no one has thought through holistically that who is the vendor who can provide and take care of our entire, infrastructure and network, and who can also provide security at cloud, who can also provide security at endpoint, who can also provide next generation, which is like can give us zero trust kind of technology and can prevent us from ransomware. And costs are increasing drastically. So someone has to understand that if I am able to manage something from single dashboard, something which if I am able to, have all the products talking to each other, how do I improve our operational cost? How do I improve the operational efficiency? How do I, ensure that the number of people whom I have deployed on a particular, job of managing a dashboard, and how do I minimize those number of people? How can I have only one single dashboard through which, I am able to take care of the entire security posture of my company? So these are the challenges which are there in front of all these CIOs and CXOs. And that's where Sophos comes in, how we can help you. I think we have one important part, that all next generation kind of products, which are again certified by Gartners and other Forresters and so many other third party, that the product which are there are quality product. So whether we talk about the Intercept X, which is SIXA, which is primarily for anti-ransomware and provide a big solution to all kind of ransomware protection. And at the same time, we have next generation firewall. We have Cloud Optics, which gives you complete visibility in the cloud. And at the same time, you have managed threat response, because when you have human-led threat hunting required, that's where the managed threat response comes into the picture. So you cannot be just dependent on a basic vanilla kind of antivirus. And believe me, people who think on-premise security is a good security, I want to tell you and want to very candid that it's a 50% security, my dear friends. If you have not moved to the cloud, then it's a 50% security. The money is spent on-premise is not good. Now, Sunil, are you trying to tell me that I can buy the cloud security at the same price? Absolutely. Why not? So all this is being supported, connected, all these solutions, wireless, fish threat, email, encryption, mobile server, all these things are connected together, talking to each other, being managed by Sophos Central and being supported by Sophos Lab 24/7. That's the kind of solution, and that's where I'm talking about that cybersecurity has evolved. And we are able to provide you all this from Sophos. Next Gen Solutions just quickly picked up 4, part of this, which is primarily for ransomware, because I talked about 3 challenges, if you pretty well remember. So first was ransomware, and that's where I'm talking about Intercept X plus EDR. And the second one, I'm talking about the next generation firewall. And the third one is MTR, which is human-led threat hunting. And fourth one is Cloud Optics. These are the next generation solutions, my dear friend. And Sophos offers them across with the help of absolutely single management console. And that's the beauty of our next gen solution. They talk to each other and they give you visibility, complete visibility of all the applications or all the third party applications which are running in your network. The best part, one truth, single truth, is that all these products are talking to each other, and they are giving that information, collating that information in a dashboard form to the Sophos Central. And that's the beauty of our product. And that's exactly, we were the first one to, coin this synchronized security word. And when products are talking to each other, they are sharing the threat information and intelligence. And I think that's where, the holistic approach comes into the picture. That's where the robust security is being formed for your kind of infrastructure. And it gives you unmatched efficiency and unmatched protection. And I think that's what you need in today's time. And securing the entire ecosystem. People are talking, Sunil, I have on-premise, we protect that. We are on the internet, we protect that. We are working from home, and we protect that. We are on cloud, Sunil, Azure, we protect that. And with different, solutions what we offer today. And 3 challenges and 3, solutions, which I said ransomware. We have InterceptX, XG, firewall, and then you have MTR, managed threat response. I think that's one the customer should be going for this. On cloud, you have cloud optics, and obviously when you say that human challenge, boss, skill set is a big problem. So why not go for MTR, which is then you need not to be worried about that what is going to happen when this happen or that happen. There is a 24/7 monitoring happening to the network, and that's exactly is the need of the hour today. Okay, so this is what Sophos has to offer, and this is the need of the hour to all customers like you. So please consider this as a solution in today's time frame. I personally believe that if we are not able to offer, or if you are not able to deploy such kind of solutions in your network, it's a big challenge for us to being protected from the cyber criminal world. So I just want to say thank you very much for giving this wonderful opportunity. I have tried to be on time. I'm sorry, got delayed bit in sharing my presentation, got delayed. So thank you very much, Data Security Council of India. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for talking to all of us here. And I'd like to now announce about our next segment, which is a fireside chat by ForcePoint. We have our speakers, Mr. Brandon Tan, who is APAC Director, Sales Engineering for ForcePoint, and Mr. Vinayak Godse, who is Vice President, DSCI, who will be joining us for this very interesting fireside chat on bringing an adaptive trust mindset to data protection. So we now have both of our speakers with us, and therefore I'll hand it over to Mr. Vinayak Godse. Over to you.
Sure. Can you hear me? Sound check.
Are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear.
Welcome, Brandon, for this fireside chat on data protection and the role the security plays in data protection. And we most of the time we talk about cybersecurity and adaptive cybersecurity, and there are a lot of interesting frameworks which are coming from cybersecurity. But increasingly, the way the organizations are collecting data, making use of the data, and the quantum and complexity of data that is being collected and being deployed for digitization purpose, either to give good experience or improve the productivity or probably find the new possibilities. So increasingly the liabilities are also significantly coming to data. So being one of the leader in providing data protection solution, I would really like to use this particular time to get your views on some of those interesting evaluations which are happening with respect to the data protection and the technology which is coming for that one. So we usually talk about cybersecurity threats, right? And they have been discussed by cybersecurity professionals a lot. But then data protection, data privacy brings very interesting element to the discussion, basically. So how do you see the trends of cybersecurity, particularly in the aspects of the data protection and data privacy, how they are shaping?
First of all, hi, Mr. Vinayak, and a big thank you for having me here. All right, and you brought up a very good, point, on the trend, data creation, and the amount of data that's created today, and how it's being consumed and how it's being moved around from on-prem, to cloud, the adoption of digital transformation. So one of the big trends that we're seeing over here, I take it as two different questions. There is one on data privacy and there's one on data protection. All right. Let's address the data privacy part of it. I think more and more regulation will be drafted up on the privacy end of things. And if you take, into examples where I'm currently in Singapore, so we have PDPA, Privacy Data Protection Act. All right, and then there is similar thing like Personal Data Protection Act in Malaysia. There is PDPA in Thailand. There is Privacy Act in Philippines. There is California Consumer Act. There is GDPR in the EU. And it's a matter of time. All right, if I look into India, and I have spoken to some of my peers and my colleagues over there, it's like you guys could potentially be looking at the national legislation when it comes to data privacy. So that is something that is inevitably coming. And the sooner organizations realize that, the sooner they can start preparing for it. Now, the data protection itself, it's a completely different topic by itself. We are seeing massive trends of hacks where data is being targeted. All right. If you look into different sessions, in the entire AISS, you'll be hearing things about hacks. You hear things about ransomware, and there's one huge thing. When people hack the organization, they don't just hack it for fun. There is something they're after. All right. And people say, data is the new oil. Oil is the money. Therefore data is money. And it's a lot of valuable thing, in data that they extract it out. And I heard about a couple of speakers, before me. They were speaking about ransomware. And we detected a couple of issues that is very interesting because prior to installing the ransomware, they extracted the data and then lock it in for a ransomware. It's a double whammy. I want your data, and then I hold you ransom to pay me money to return some to you, and I still keep a copy of your data, right? If you think about it. And there are few examples. Pfizer hacks, and I think everyone have heard of it. The Pfizer vaccine in Europe has been, there are reports that say it has been compromised, landed in some hacker's hand. And I heard from today's session, there is this COVID patient database in India that got hacked as well. And then they are, the US, agencies, the Sunburst malware, and I think it's a big topic here end of today. And all these three incidents happened within last 7 days, and it's amazing. So if you look into it, there will be more and more hacks that will be going after data, and that's the trend that we are foreseeing, Mr. Vinay.
Yeah. So as an industry body here in India, right, and we have membership base all across the industry vectors and industry sectors, and we had been advising in the wake of the GDPR, in the wake of now personal data protection bill which is coming in, we have been advising our members, those who are user of our technology and those who are providing services to the consumer, especially in B2C and now increasingly B2B as well, because data protection also influences a lot of B2B decision makings as well. So we have been advising them to spend more, invest more for data protection and data security. But I'd like to understand, so this is largely for the user industry we have been talking about, but I'd like to also understand from you as one of the important player in the market in the data protection scale. So how you have been investing in doing a research or engineering of solutions and capability to solve the problems of data protection, and where exactly that research and that kind of investment is going from the player like a Postpoint in the area for data protection and data security?
It's a very good question. So if you look into the attacks themselves, a lot of these attacks are nation state sponsored. It's extremely sophisticated, and a lot of them are automated. It's not exactly a human behind it. And if you look at the defense mechanism, a lot of these are manual. All right, you have automation to detect it, but upon detecting it, the mitigation itself, a lot of time is manual. There is a need of change of configuration. There is a need of incident management. There is a need of track response. All right. So where we are investing as a company is we are looking into automation of mitigation. All right, so that when there is an attack that happens, a system can self-heal and self-protect the organization. All right, and that will be the direction, all right, of what we call a adaptive response type of cybersecurity defense.
Another thing which really struck me in today's workshop when you have been discussing about some of the interesting idea, and especially I picked up one thing is a zero trust architecture, and in last 7-8 months we heard a lot and we had been deliberating a lot, but primarily it was confined to the discussion of network level access security, network security, and probably the solving the problem of providing the secure access to the network or application basically. But how does this concept of zero trust architecture is relevant to data security issues and problems?
Fantastic, Mr. Vinayak. If you look into zero trust itself, it's initially been coined by an analyst in Forrester. All right, but one of the best publications that a lot of security practitioners is referring to is actually the NIST, standard documents of zero trust architecture. And in that documentation, it speaks about the 7 tenets, all right, of zero trust. And then part of that 7 tenets speaks about a continuous assessment of your users as they access resources. And resources over here refers to any computing services and data. All right. So, and of course, the idea of zero trust is not that complicated. It should be clear by now that you should not trust anyone. All right. But that's just one part. Now, the other part here is you have to continuously assess the person that you have trusted initially. And that applies to data protection. So if I allow, for example, Mr. Vinayak to access to this file now, it doesn't mean that I have the static policies that allow you to access the file forever. All right. So in the case of ForcePoint, we research into technology that studies human behavior. So it depends on your risk level and your behavior. I would then determine if A, you should have access to it, or B, if you already have access to it, should I revoke it? Or C, if you have access to this document, for the next documents that you try to access, should I start limiting it? All right, and that is basically what we mean by a zero trust type of approach, all right, in sense of data protection.
So some important thing that we had been saying because of this volume and complexity and our ability to think about all the possibility, right? And no matter how much we think now, the security can't be really deterministic at this point of time. So you can't determine what could go wrong, right? And during the evaluation, you will go to some operating situation, and that situation may compromise, may bring some compromise, or can lead to some of the larger ramification as well, right? So adaptability in terms of way you devise the policies, way you devise your controls, way you devise your protection decisions, basically, or decisions that you make. So this adaptability, which is coming as a very important concept, conceptual principle basically, which are now driving the architectures like this one. So how does it play a role in the context of data security or in the context of data protection? Because the expectation of privacy has been becoming very specific, very granular, and they are changing dynamically as well.
So the easiest way to look into it is to imagine some of the simpler solutions. So in ForcePoint, we're one of the market leader in terms of data loss prevention. So it's a DLP tool. All right. So if you get some files, you may get blocked. If you send some files, you may be allowed. Right. In the past, the action of protecting the files, or the action that determines whether you can extract it or not, is static policies. All right. So imagine the same technology now, but the DLP doesn't look into static policies. The DLP look into behavioral analysis. So it depends what you have been doing for the past 1 day. What have you been doing for the past 4 to 6 hours? All right. So if you change your behavior, you have demonstrated that you are extremely reckless. You are extremely risky in the way you consume computing resources. Then naturally the policies should be stricter on you. If you have demonstrated compliance, if you have demonstrated great governance, if you have demonstrated great behavior as you use confidential data, then naturally the policy should flex it a little bit right? It should allow some form of flexibility to allow you to consume it in a less friction manner, all right? And with that, you are actually achieving, two things. A, you're protecting it, and B, you're freeing up the good, right? You're creating less friction. And that's a decade type of debate, between the CIO and between the business, and the CISO will say, I need to protect it. The business say, I need to do business a bit quicker, all right? And then now you are looking into potentially a solution that allows you to secure it, and yet, for people to do their business faster.
So we would be seeing very peculiar situation in India, right? So this full 1 year had gone in terms of this transition to work from home environment, and probably in another 5-6 months time we'll be probably settling with respect to this pandemic, and by that time we would have our own privacy data protection bill as well coming in, basically, right? So this transition this year was largely managing work from home security. Next year would be managing the privacy expectation and compliance as well, right? So and we are seeing in the geography that you had been working with your clients, basically Philippines you talk about, or Singapore you talked about, basically. There must be some learning for the Indian organization who would be, next year we will hope that this this bill will be passed in the parliament. How should they go about preparing themselves to solve this question of data protection with the context of digitization they are into, and with the context of this transition from solving problem of work from home to then looking at the data privacy expectation, obligations, liability that will be imposed on them by next year.
So, if there is one thing that is obvious, with the work from home phenomena, it's a lot of things are moving to the cloud, and the speed, of translating to the cloud, it's faster than ever. And one, good strategy to think about is after the pandemic, things will change forever. As much as people will start going back to office, you're not going to stop, the fact that a lot of them will be continuously working from home or working remotely. Now with that, the cloud is here to stay. Things that have gone, organizations that have gone cloud, it's not going to reverse on their strategy and come back on-prem. Now, the first thing here is, what type of data protection strategy will allow you to effectively manage the cloud? So the best way to secure the cloud is to do it from the cloud itself. So you would be looking into solution that allows you to perform, a zero trust type of access on the cloud. And on top and above that zero trust architecture, they must be, elements of data protection. All right. So in this case, it will be a data loss prevention, a behavioral analytics, as users start consuming web, their email, their SaaS application. So all these elements of data protection have to be there. It has to be a design in principle. Any application that you want to launch, any subscription of vendor that you want to go to, you have to start thinking about data privacy. All right. And it should not be an aftermath kind of thing. I buy this software, and then eventually I start thinking about how do I want to secure it. All right. And having that strategy early, it's going to allow organizations to prepare themselves better if they were to release, a new privacy type of regulatory requirement. All right. They will be able to cope with it very, very quickly, because by design, it's already preparing them for that transition.
So let's deliberate towards the end of this discussion. Basically, it's good perspective we covered, and one important thing which I would like to cover before we conclude is, so the expectation and requirements of privacy are now becoming very specific, very granular. We say as a DSCI, subject matters of privacy. There are many more subject matters of privacy, and each subject matter is now characterized with a lot of specificity, a lot of granularity, and a lot of nuance level of implementation, procedural requirement as well, apart from the outcome level liability that comes to you, right? This is on one hand. On the other hand, number of transactions that you have been processing. So last 1 month or couple of months, we were seeing in our case, the payment transaction processing, 2 billion plus transactions are getting processed every month, basically. So we have seen a lot of volume and a lot of pace up and speed of transaction processing, which is happening. And each of those transactions has to match with the expectation of privacy. And those expectations are, one is the number of privacy subject matters, and other is the granularity, specificity, and nuance level of definition of those liabilities as coming in. So how do you make this particular equation in a very dynamic form? So probably the expectation may change in the future. That way you process the transaction may change. You would find some new way of doing the transaction, and then you need to learn what is happening basically. So how do you really engineer this expectation so that you support the digitization on one hand, on the other hand you probably manage the expectation of the security, expectation of the flexibility, expectation of the frictionless transaction processing, and also the compliance requirement of privacy. So with this, we can conclude really this discussion.
Thank you. So I think as of any other security approach, we always start with risk-based. All right, we can't boil the ocean. There will be blind spot naturally. All right, and you start thinking about what are my crown jewel, where are we moving them, and how do we protect this type of data first. All right, again, and of course, we are using this word data privacy, for example. All right, and then you go into legislation, you go into the granularity of it, and then they start defining what is covered under this data privacy law, for example. And then they will come to you and say, all right, maybe your name, your address, your national ID, and so on and so forth. All right, and that is something that Forcepoint has been doing very, very well in other regions, and there will be learning points that we can do, because in the case of GDPR, we pre-created the entire policies and have it inbuilt into the system. So in this sense, when organizations engage us on a data privacy or compliance type of project or initiative, they don't have to start from ground zero. All right, it will be pre-built policies. That there will be a checklist that say, what do you want to comply to, and which of these data sets applies to you? What type of information are you collecting from your customers or your employees, and which of these are concerning you? And then immediately they will ask you, where do you want to protect them? Do you want to protect them on the web transactions, on the email transactions, or on the cloud application transactions? All right. Obviously, there will be other areas that could be blind spot, but if you think about the main channel of leakages. Right, this would have covered 80 or 90% of most cases. All right, and that will be basically the fastest way, the granularity of it, the channel, and I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think very well. I think thank you, Brandon, for really spending time with us and really in a short time, really touching on all of those very important issues of how we can transition from the current environment to the environment. Probably, which on one hand is a very digitization focused environment, where you push towards digitization, and at the same time managing the expectation of privacy is also becoming very specific, very granular, with an increasing number of obligations and increasing intensity of the liabilities. Thank you for spending time with us and really in short time, really touching on all those key important issues that we all as a security leadership would be reflecting on in coming future. Thank you, Brandon. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Mr. Vinayak.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Godse and Mr. Brandon Tan, for that very interesting fireside chat. Thank you once again for joining us this evening. Well, for all of our audiences, with that, we have come to an end of our keynote session segment. And that's all we had for you in this segment. So thank you once again for joining us this evening. Do not forget to follow us on Twitter. Our handle is DSCI_Connect, and engage with us using the hashtag AISS2020. And like I mentioned, you can also visit the exhibition space on the top ribbon. You can follow instructions, and we have exhibitors who are waiting for our delegates to interact with them. And do visit our exhibition space and tweet about the event. Thank you once again.